I think we're back. This is fine. This stream's going great. This is going great. We're doing so good. We're 20 minutes in. We're so back. We've blown out everybody's eardrums. We've already had a disconnect. We forgot to change the fucking title. I am a top tier professional streamer. I've got big, angry, unstable letters. 20 minutes in, you thought. Yeah. I mean, I do wait 10 minutes, technically, for... the timer has reset. It is Monday. But yeah, after, like, the Monday stream, my hand was feeling pretty bad. So, I've essentially took a rest for, like, the past 2 days. The only, like, game I even played has been, like, Rogue Trader, and that's, you know, a CRPG where you're mostly reading. So I figured that would be fine. It was great. I went on a date to the beach with my navigator girlfriend with her third eye and everything, and I gave her a flower. And then I think a time of procedure for this week has been slightly changed. No. So yeah, it was like really funny because you know, so Rogue Trader is like the Warhammer 40k CRPG that came out this last December, and like, you know, when you get to this planet, like I think every other planet you've gotten to, you get like immediately ambushed by a bunch of people who want to kill you for reasons, and so it's just like you go and kill like 24 people, go meet with like the governor of the planet, and then it's just like, oh look, a beach, let's go to the beach. And I'm just like stepping over the bodies of the people we just killed, like, yay, beach date, beach date. It's great. I don't know if Owlcat has gone back on some of their more whack comments, because I know they're just like, we're looking at using AI for certain things in our future games, and it's like, please no, please don't, just please no. Because like, especially with Rogue Trader, because they did a excellent job of really understanding the setting. Also, our bitrate is still super unstable. I think we're gonna disconnect again, and hang on one second. I'm gonna see if that other connection is up. We're not BNRB, we're still here. We're just gonna disconnect for 1 second. I think. Uh-oh. Never mind, the other... Alright, great. The other... The other, Ooh, we're definitely scuffed today. We're so scuffed. Also, I hasn't even refreshed chat yet. Oh, we're doing so great. We're doing fine. Okay, chat's refreshed. So anyways, I wanted to just like do some sketching and get more practice in. Before going to work on some commissions. Yeah. And like, actually no, that's, I don't think you can actually see that. If I... Where is the main connection? Oh my god. Oh no, you can't see that. Well, thanks. A little bit. Okay, oh, okay, bitrate's looking good now. It's looking good. I think we're fine. Okay, so I just wanted to work on... I had to go back to this sketch of mine that I never really finished because I wasn't super happy with, like, the line art, so... I also remembered I have this because I was looking in... I think Reb's Discord for like a specific art resource I linked. And it's just like, oh yeah, I linked to this brush, which this brush is like pretty good for lines. And so I wanted to try it. again. I really like the... Oh my god, we cannot have ads already. No. And I really like the AR4 brush that I've been using. But, like, I think this might give me a bit more of kind of what I'm wanting. With, like, line quality. However, this is streaking a bit more. So, yeah. I think it's this one that it's liking a bit more. Like, that's kind of been the other, I think, problem of why hand more hurdy. It's because, like, I do have to actually do pressures and everything. I can't just, like, you know, draw. Yep. Because, like, you know, how I'm used to drawing is just, like, I'm usually not putting much pressure if I'm drawing on paper, and, you know, I don't even have to worry about that if I'm doing pixel art. So it's just like, oh god. Having to use a lot of, like, muscles and tendons in my hand and stuff I'm not used to using. Yeah. So take it a second to get used to this brush. Which I think what I need to do is also get back into the habit of drawing with my full arm. Like, because of my setup, it can be a little difficult sometimes to, like, get that full arm range motion, and especially since you're drawing on, like, not a very large, like, thing, right? I mean, it's, like, 15, you know, my tablet is, like, 15.6, so it's not small, but it's not like you're drawing on, like, a big drawing pad or anything, where you have, like, more... You better not be compensated for an injury by giving yourself another injury. Yeah, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm not even to the point where it's an actual injury. It's just... There's some, like, pain from overexertion, I think. And, yeah. It's mostly fine. It's still, like, feels slightly off, but... It's not to the... I think it's not to a point where I'm in danger. Which, yeah, I don't know how we're gonna do the rest of the week. Because I really don't know if I should do, like, 3 more drawing streams this week. Because of, if, you know, this is my current hand situation. I don't want to make it worse. Like, this is also partially the why I'm wanting to get to playing some games on the stream again. Like, have a dedicated game day. Which is going to be in Stars in Time, but, like, I want to do my, you know, full rework and stuff before we do that. So, I don't know. We might figure something else out to play. You can always grab people for Helldivers. Hey, Flyer. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. You missed our, incredibly scuffed start to the stream. But welcome in. Hope you're doing well. We're just working on this older spot sketch. I kind of like this one better than the other one I was doing. No, we can't have ads already. This is illegal, Twitch. on my break at work, but wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, hope work goes well and you have a nice break. We are just trying to chill out, do some art, not overwork ourselves. You know how it is. But yeah, I just wanted to go back to this older sketch we had and rework it a bit and like play a bit more with brushes. Fast looking great, thanks. Look, she looks so happy and not full of trauma and pilk. There's no pissing hands to terrify spots. I will not elaborate. Also, no chat. You cannot have pissing hands. I refuse. I was also kind of thinking of wanting to do like a bit of a request stream in the future. Because I want to do something, positive to celebrate the fact that like I've money's still been like really tight and I've been under a lot of stress lately, but I want to kind of do something to celebrate the fact that we don't have the vet bill to pay off anymore. Like that's completely paid off. And that is like a huge load that's been off my shoulders. And part of me thinks I should have like not paid it all off and kept a little bit in the pocket so I could be a little less financially stressed. But at the same time, it's just done and dusted and I don't have to worry about it anymore. And I'm thinking that was probably the better call. Especially in case like something else crops up with Odin. Which hopefully shouldn't, but you never know. How's the internet feeling? It's looks like it's doing okay. Hey Alice, hope you're doing well. In my experience, not having debt looming over you is the better option. Yeah. Which is why I was just like, let's, we have the money now. We will be, we have enough to be okay. Or I thought I was going to be okay, but then, unfortunately, I did have one commission that fell through. And, like, that's fine. That happens. And I was kind of planning around, like, having that extra funding. And it's like, which I shouldn't have done in hindsight. But, and at least appreciate that person did like actually message me back instead of just ghosting me. So I've had a couple people do that and it's just like, please just, and I don't care if like something came up or whatever and you can't, you have your own reasons, just like, please tell me you're not interested anymore instead of just ghosting me. All right, got uh-oh, 8 p.m. our time. Oh, chat. In 3.5 hours, we get to find out the new Guilty Gear character, apparently. The people are assuming it's going to be either Venom or ABBA. Or ABA. I just call her ABBA because that's easier. I don't know which I would prefer. I've played ABBA hey, are your replica card commissions still open? They are. Actually, yeah. it might just take a little bit to get to it. Because we currently have a poster commission up, and once again, just trying not to push myself too much. So I don't. If I still have like hand problems, I don't want to like push myself to power through commissions. But yes, commissions are still opened, which is what I should have just said. I should have just said yes, and not burden chat with my hand injury. God, I'd really love a new F-Zero game so much. Odin! Like, part of me would also like to have non-pixel art commissions open as well, but I don't think I'm there yet. I want to improve a little bit first. And also, I don't know how to price those as much because it's not my main kind of thing. So, like, a lot of the pricing for my, like, pixel art commissions, it's just, like, because I know that really well, and I'm really familiar with the medium at this point. So it's like I feel like I get a pretty accurate gauge for what the value of those is. I think the like card commissions have been some of my favorite actually. I really like the posters, but the posters are the most expensive thing, so not everybody's gonna want to get those. But I love just doing like the little replica card for people. It's like a lot of fun. You still get to put in like some of the details in, like with the like bird icon and everything. And fortunately my break is in and I gotta take off. Have a good rest of your stream. Thanks for stopping by, Flyer, and I hope the rest of your work goes okay. And you have a good time zone. But yeah, it's just something that is really fun. And there's like that whole thing where it's just like, oh yeah, get a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. Well, that's obviously not true. It is like especially like the replica card commissions, those ones like don't really feel like work to me. It just feels like fun designs that I'm getting paid to do. Look at all these hair strands now. Odin! It's being a little butt. Odin's being a little scamp. Woof. So whenever the accursed ads show up, we'll take a break and let the pupper out. I think there's still some people just doing like yard work outside somewhere, so he's just like, I want to go out and play with people. My kitty snoozed with me till noon and then yelled at me for getting breakfast. Aww. That's cute. Love a snoozy kitty. I'm always a little envious of cat owners. Or like, cats have their own unique things, but Odin is just a dog who is a lot. He is like the doggiest dog you have ever encountered. and he's great, but also it's just like I wish you could stop being so extra all of the time, Odin. Just please. Yeah, that's you. He keeps like bopping his face against like because to get, you know, outside from where I am, there's like a kind of like pretty narrow corridor because of how like the stairs are set up and everything to like go in the backyard through like through the door. And he keeps like trying to zoom out and bops his head against the wall. And it's just like, I mean, it's drywall, so he's probably fine. But I now have to like smush myself against that side of the wall so he doesn't like try to zoom past me and bop. Yeah, I get that. I have a chihuahua that mostly hangs out with someone else in the house, but yes, aw, cute. So I just like, you know, have to keep him from fucking bopping his head against fucking drywall. It's just like, Pupper, please. Oh, carahula, not a chihuahua. All right, so once ad starts, we'll go out and take a break. Oh yeah, catahulas, like a greyhound. And yeah. I just misread because I am poo brain already. Also, there might have been hair in my face. I really need to get my bangs trimmed because it's getting kind of bad. I'm starting to look like an anime character with like bangs and going on like covering one of my eyes. Usually, like, I kind of keep my hair like I have it on my model. And, like, I don't want too much bangs in face. So I can actually see. Woof. Odin. Oh my god, he is attacking the door. Every the day where he learned to tap the glass. Fucking door. Just signal he wants to go outside. I'll go out in a second, Odin. Okay, ad should be starting in about 30 seconds. It usually takes a bit to start. Holy shit. I'll have to share that. Someone TM'd me some minis that were painted and somebody went very extra on the banner. Okay, we're gonna BRB. Should be back pretty soon. Okay, I'm back. Ads are still going. Boo. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I was sitting here at the screen. Welcome back. So, yeah, apparently the neighbors are... Because there's a creek behind my house, and the neighbors are blowing leaves down into the creek for some reason. I live in a place. I would not like to live in this place anymore, please. Please. Like, where I live is, like, very comparable to, like, that Helldivers 2 fucking, like, suburban neighborhood intro. It's awful. No, 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 Odin. Odin, no. He's being such a scamp today. Come on, Odin. Come on. Trying to wrangle his way under the desk. Which normally I'd be fine with, but, like, I don't know. He, like, tries to, like, find crumbs or something under there, and it's just like, please, please, dog, no. There are no crumbs under the desk for you. Do you want a seizure? Oh no. I've just seen someone claim that Tommy gun is an old name for AKs. What? Huh? Huh? I hate the internet. I hate it. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta return. That's so weird. Like, what? Huh? Like, how do you even get to there? I don't understand. Like, I could understand if you're going to say, like, I don't know, something that was British, at least, because, like, that was an old nickname for the Brits, but like, that's so weird. Like an AK, like a quintessential Russian, good old Tommy Cookers. My favorite's Limey, personally. But yeah, that's just weird. I feel like I'm seeing more and more stupid takes or like really bad takes on the internet. Like just more and more, and it's only getting worse. It makes me upset. I got really upsetty spaghetti yesterday because like I tried not to. I finished Dungeon Meshi yesterday, and I was really excited about Dungeon Meshi, but then I had to see this really stupid take, which was people are ranting about disabled people in fantasy again. And it's just like, who cares? It literally doesn't affect you. It doesn't. And like I got to the crux of like why I like couldn't kind of let this go, and was like stewing and being grumpy over some like dirty rice I was making. And it's just like, it's because this was from an artist I actually liked, and they just kind of wrote it off as like, well, they don't have to like be on the front lines. They could just like do something else. They don't have to be a combat like fighter or wizard or whatever. Or if they're a wizard, they can just cast fly. Which also like just the fact that like the only disability like some of these people see is just like a person in a wheelchair is just fucking wild. Right, we won't even get into that. But like this, it's literally the same argument that like a lot of shitty dude bros make whenever there's like, women or like people of color in like any European like historical or fantasy game or whatever. It's just like, you can't have women. Or like an FPS game or whatever. It's like, well, women can do other jobs, but they can't be people with gun because gun man job. And so it's like really fucked up, I think, to see people like kind of reusing that whole argument to say like disabled people can't be in a fantasy setting or whatever. And it's really fucking stupid, and I hate it. Nobody is like trying to force someone to like, put a combat wheelchair in their own fantasy setting. It's just like people literally just want to see themselves in games. That's it. It's not that complicated. It doesn't have to be drama. And wasn't aware you had to bench press. Yeah, right. Yeah, which that's of course, one really funny thing about like a lot of fascist or trad like mentalities, especially because like they're just like, oh yeah, men in the old days were so much better, because the old days being better is like a core part of like fascist ideology. But like it's really funny because like they'll always default back to like World War II, right? And like Americans in World War II were usually pretty scrawny, right? Like they looked like Steve Rogers pre-serum, because like for a lot of people they had grown up like during the Great Depression, or they had lived through the Great Depression and were poor as fuck, and like often didn't have like proper nutrition. So it's like literally the like, I what they're idealizing just didn't exist. Yeah, like how does this existing for others affect your home game? Yeah, exactly. It's so dumb. It's just like this doesn't affect you. You can ignore it. You know what's cool about like a lot of BattleTech rules is like in, for instance, Alpha Strike. You can just like the game gives you like they give you the rule book, and it's just like here's a bunch of rules. Here's the core rules. They give you the core rules, and then they're like, well, here's a bunch of extra rules. You can use them if you want. You don't have to. And so like they have baked into a like war skirmish game. They have like a million and one like extra rules baked into it that you just don't have to use. If you don't want to use like mechanics for mechs sliding on ice and possibly colliding into each other, you don't have to. Eh. Like it's fine. You don't have to. And so it's just like when I'm seeing like people losing their minds over things in games that don't really like affect them. It's just fucking annoying. And like not productive and just incredibly just gatekeepy and frustrating and nothing really else more. And like I said at the start of this, it's just like when people start using arguments that like the like super gamergatey dudes use as well, it's just like maybe that's not an argument you want to use. Anyways, that's Amy's rant for today. It's like just is I think especially dumb and just like because nobody's like it's once again just like something that's not going to affect like a majority of players. It's just a thing that exists that you can use if you like. If you don't want to, you also don't have to use it. I also find it like really annoying that just like in a fantasy setting, like this stuff can't like exist because magic could just like fix it. And like there's so much to unpack with that, but also just the fact that it's like people not being able to see that I don't know. Any like possible conflict or limitations of like magic that could just be like why that doesn't happen. Cause like I don't know, there's like, it's not like you have like D&D out here with like socialized magical healthcare or anything, right? I eagerly await the next module on the healthcare systems of Faerun. And I don't want to ever see a character with glasses again, because all disabilities are cured. God, that's one of my favorite parts in the H Bomber guy Deus Ex video where he's talking about the like anti augment faction, and like the guy leading it is, you know, like some old white dude or whatever. I think he's a white dude. I may be wrong, but he's just like some old like boomer and who does have like glasses, and he's just like talking about how bad augmentation is or whatever. And H Bomb's just like, yeah, you know, you're right, that is, but wait a second, are you wearing fucking glasses? And then just birds straight into the guy. Yeah, I remember you recommending Witch Hat Atelier. I think I might check that out. Because, like I said earlier, I just finished Dungeon Meshi, which was really good. Everybody should read it. Read it. Watch the anime. Do whatever. It's really good. That's all. If you haven't checked out Dungeon Meshi and are into fantasy, it's, I think, definitely worth a read or watch. And, like, a lot of people do a really poor job of selling Dungeon Meshi to you, I've realized. Because, my god, do they not really understand, I guess, what it's about. It's gonna pick that up soonish. Yeah, it's really good. Highly recommend. Fuck-a-doodle-doo. I have done this at a completely bad angle. I think we just need to redraw, like, most of this neck. It's like, a lot of people sell it as just like, oh, it's a silly manga about, like, I don't know, food and silly characters. And that's, like, there, but there's, like, a lot of really deep themes about life and consumption. And there's, like, it's really easy, I think, to oversell it. A friend of mine was on it for a long time before the anime was announced. Nice. But it's, I think, a very compelling story that just, like, stands out pretty well from, like, a lot of generic kind of fantasy ideals. And it's just worth a good read. It's hard to really talk about, I think, without getting, like, too much into, like, the weeds of what it is. But it's just good. I really like the setting, though, and would like to see a bit more, but I think there's a world-building book that's in the works, or is, like, out. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure, but I think I heard about that. Because I think I remember hearing about, like, people changing, like, or, like, fighting over names and translations. You know, I really would like the new F-Zero, but I genuinely don't know why Nintendo won't make a new one. I know they say they, like, always want to innovate and, like, not just release, like, a same thing or whatever, but I don't know. There's been, like, a lot of interest, I feel, in F-Zero for a while now. Excuse me. I love how crunchy that guitar sounds. So Captain Falcon is a Smash Bros. Character now? Yeah. Everybody knows him from Falcon Punch. I hate it. Which speaking of... I think he does have, like, one of the better themes for GX. All the themes for GX are good. Yeah. Cause like, man, I did a really bad job with the lines in this previously. These are really scuffy. I don't think this was supposed to be like I think this was more of like a sketch, but... Oh, this is pretty rough. Yeah, I think the last thing I heard from regarding F-Zero was their Battle Royale thing. Like, I don't get why they, you know, I'm sure there's like a variety of reasons, but I don't get why they don't just do like a remaster of GX, put that on the Switch. Like, that just feels like free money. But hey, they acknowledged it, yeah. They remembered it exists. Which, like, that was everybody's comment about, you know, when Bloodborne Cart got hit with the cease and desist. Everybody is like, oh, hey, look, Sony acknowledged Bloodborne. It's like they remembered it exists. So yeah, unfortunate they got hit with that, but... Especially since they're never going to put, just put GameCube on any iteration of Virtual Console. It's so weird that they don't. Like, I love the purple lunchbox. I think that was... They just to avoid melee. I mean... God. Fucking hell. The, oh, you can't have, like a tournament, have, like, a prize reward? Like, fucking wild. Like, the amount of effort they've put in to, like, kill any, like, competitive, like, Smash. it's I just don't get that. Or like I think if I remember right, you straight up have to like even if you're just doing something for like a club or a school, you still have to get like Nintendo approval or some bullshit like that. And it's just like, what the fuck? Fuck this, man. Call me crazy, but I feel like corporations should not have the final say over what you do with the thing you bought. You think Nintendo can eat a dick disrespectfully. And then like because I know somebody mentioned in Reb's Discord that it's just like the 3DS online service is getting shut down. So you can't even like re-download stuff you own. Which is fucked up. And it's just like anytime I think about, you know, like, it would be kind of nice to get like a Switch or something. This is a lot of Captain Falcon. We can move on from Captain Falcon. Especially once they do not have any way yeah, right, exactly. But like anytime I'm just like, man, it would be cool to have like a Switch or something. Probably I'm just like, remember that I hate Nintendo with a passion because of how they treat their customers. I'm just like, nah, I'm good actually. It's like no shade for anybody who, you know, does have like a Switch or still likes to play Nintendo games or anything, obviously. Asterisk, 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 so I don't get canceled on Twitter. But it's just like, I don't know. I think it's just fucked up. That a corporation can tell you what to do with the thing you bought, and I don't like it. Which speaking of things I don't like, there's another Discord where I saw people where somebody made a like post that was talking about how like we're gonna have the Oasis in like the form of Fortnite because of, you know, every game keeps getting like, because Fortnite, you know, has like every property known to man in it these days. And it's just like, my only thought with that was, you know, tech company makes the torment nexus from, you know, famous book, Why We Shouldn't Make the Torment Nexus. Like the author for Ready Player One is a big weirdo, and the book is even more of a weirdo. Weirdness, but it's just like, I feel like a core theme of it was just like, maybe this whole thing is a bad idea. And so seeing people treat, you know, Fortnite as that is mildly distressing, to say the least, I feel. Oh, Dan. Okay, yeah, I do need to change her eye a little bit. Odin, no, it's okay, Odin. It's okay, Popper. What'd I just walk into? We're talking about Nintendo being awful. Hi. How are you, Faye? talking about like the 3DS shop getting shut down and corporations bad, and then which led to people being weird about Fortnite and acting like Epic Games is the greatest thing ever. For some reason. Oh, gotcha. I'm tired after running a 3-hour meeting. Yeah, that's rough. That sounds like way too many hours for a meeting. Especially if you're the one having to run it. Yeah. Like next time bring the expired Nutella and hand it out to your like superiors. I'm sure that'll go great. The meeting will be called off early. Just public speaking for 50 people, only 10 of which are physically there is great. Oh my god, yeah. Odin! Chill out. Yeah, that's really rough. I don't think I ever had to really deal with like people, being remote and not being there, but I've definitely had to deal with the get up to talk to people who are not interested in hearing anything you say crowd before. Hi, Odin. Hi. You're a happy puppy. I'm sure y'all can hear his panting. Cause, anyways, you sound different. Mic setup change? Different better or different worse? Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm gonna... Great. I haven't changed anything since the weekend where... Like you're podcasting.
Oh my god, are you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell?
I can't wait to see it.
That is one of the most important movies ever made. I cannot wait to see it.
Oh, not even wait, just floor. Gotcha. I might just be closer to the mic. Because I kind of changed my like drawing setup. I have like my tablet now just flat on my desk rather than like propped up at an angle. So that might be part of it. I'm not sure. Anyways, yeah, which I can't wait to see is the Guilty Gear character reveal that is, I believe, in 3.5 hours? Or 2.5 hours? Yeah, 2.5 hours. According to Scrunt. So we'll get to see if it's probably Venom is my guess. Yeah, I'm thinking Venom as well. But like my other guess is ABBA. But new 5K redeem. Oh no, don't Scrun, don't hit that. I forgot to just okay. I should actually probably just disable that. Oh no. Okay, the volume isn't adjusted on it, so you're not gonna hear anything. we bone truffled. Yeah, I also need to fix the editing. So, I mean, yeah. That's why it's a 5K redeem, because it just keeps going. But I need to fix the volume, and I need to fix the end thing. We put it, we added it as we started stream, and it kind of went to hell. Because it was much louder than I realized. Damn, that's crazy. No way. No, I think I made a mistake. I forgot to also put a cooldown on it. Oh, chat, buckle in. Hope you're ready. According to everybody before, it's just completely overpowered my mic, so, you know, can't even hear what I'm saying. I could say whatever I want. Making the stream inhospitable. Yeah. This stream aggressive. Thank you for the redeem. Yeah, we're just you know, we're just trying to have a chill stream, but I'm apparently capable of having a chill stream. POV, you're trying to talk to Amy at a concert. Wait, no, wait, it's just the, hang on. Wait. Hang on. I got you, chat. I got you. Using your phone on activism. Affectionate. Here you go. This is what happens whenever you hit that redeem. We have a normal stream here. A very normal stream. We are gonna get so many followers and subs, and gonna be the most successful streamer ever. It says we torture everybody with videos of bone trussle. Yeah, we've just gone back to this older spot sketch I have, because I kind of like this one a little bit better than the other one we were doing. Just wanted to fiddle around with some more brushes, because I can't help myself. And, yeah, just having a chill day. We might, you know, depending on how things go, I don't want to push myself too hard, but might work on some commission stuff later. But we'll see. There we go. Look at that. Because we do have a SIGNALIS poster to finish. So we might work on that later. Yeah, you're doing a great job resting your hand. I rested my hand for 2 days. For 2 whole days. We're like, okay, it's like a day and a 3/4. All right. It's hi, Odin. We did plenty of resting. We're okay. Changed a half day. It was not a half day. It was a full day. Thank you very much. I did nothing yesterday. And like after stream on Monday, I did like absolutely nothing as well. So like we have done so little aside from like type on a keyboard. So we are fine. If we're down from 2-1, what is it? It's a 3/4. Okay, and you know we had a full day of rest, and then we mostly rested Monday after stream, in which Monday stream ended in late after. I don't remember when it ended. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. If hand hurt you too much, we will end stream. Maybe you didn't do art for 2 days. Yeah, I didn't do art for 2 days. I haven't done art until the stream. I was thrown in a hole. No drawing supplies. No drawing supplies. No one would give me contraband in the hole. Me when I wow. I can't believe this. I can't believe chat's ganging up against me like this. Inconceivable. Hey, Small Ghost, how you doing? Hope you are having a good night. We are definitely having a hand resting stream. It's fine. Doing good. It's beautiful out today, so I'm in a good mood. Nice. Seems to be good weather all around. I need to remember to take my vitamin D. 'Cause even though it is like getting sunnier out again, I'm still not going out a whole lot. I can't just do this. I really need to like get in the habit of doing canvas rotations because it's so helpful. It is so helpful to rotate your canvas. Big same. I'm like scrambling for excuses to leave the house. I gotta remember I can like just go to a park. Yeah. Yeah, there's not like a whole lot of like stuff to do outside here where I live because I live in like super earth suburbia. And like if you want to go somewhere, you pretty much have to drive. It's awful. Hi, Odin. That's my arm. Spits. Parks are great. I love the big ones where you can almost find a quiet spot for yourself. Yeah, I really love those too. Forest Park's really nice for that. I would love to be able to just walk to like Forest Park. Because there's also like the St. Louis Art Museum there. It's a really nice art museum. Well, oh, fuck. Wait. No. Oh, no. Is this Dupas? Yeah. Amy, rest your hands. Amy, rest your hands. Amy, rest your hands. Listen, we are. That's what. Listen. Oh my god, the fucking doing temple. Okay. That's too real. Hustle slash shout out. Underscore. Do this. Wait. I'm a professional. We're doing fine. Out. Underscore. Go and follow. Thank you, Deep, for the raid, and thank you everybody for stopping by. If you need to raid and run, no worries. Feel free to take a rest, take care of yourselves. Everyone should. No. Oh no. Right? No. Try to. But for those who aren't following Dupus, they are an excellent streamer who does wonderful art and is currently doing a series called Kingdom Hearts Untangled, where she and Saturday Night educate chat on Kingdom Hearts. This is where I learned that Sora has parrots. You too. We just beat Kingdom Hearts 1. Nice. Congrats. So if you too would have learned fun facts like Sora has parrots, who's just had dinner sitting there on a table for how many years? It is not clear. Go ahead and follow them both. Sora has a mom, but don't worry about it. Yeah. We are just doing some Signalis fan art. We're taking it pretty chill. It's getting cold, Sora. It's so cold. Sora, call your parents. Yeah, we're just doing some replica fan art right now. We're gonna go for a little bit. Sora also has a father reached by Riku. Yeah, see? These are excellent facts. I see someone else getting closer to the vertical mouse. No. It's not. It's fine. Everything is fine. We're just working on just some like line art practice right now and cleanup and like inking practice right now. And we're going to swap over to some pixel art later to work on a Signalis commission I have, because I do a lots of like Signalis style posters for like people's like replica OCs or little like portraits and like information cards and everything like you see in game. Vertical mouse is a lifesaver. No. No, don't encourage Scrunt. Don't do it. I hear this every day from Scrunt. Venom saw to that for a hospital. Amy's wrist reconstruction. No, hey, no, it's fine. Stretch check. Also, I only just now saw the stretch check, which we will check. And use Flasha. We will do a stretch check. I want to get a vertical mouse eventually, but everyone I see is wireless. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm a big fan of books. Wired mice myself. Books. I too love books, Scrat. No need to fix the wrist. Just do the Cylon thing and push a cable into it. But I like having a wrist. So I'm sure you all can have hear my pupper, who is very excited also for the raid. Hi, Odin. You want to say hi? Just cocked his head to the side and looked at me like I'm crazy. Look, it's fine. We had chat. We had a day and 3/4 of rest. It's fine. Everything's fine. We haven't done art since Monday, and we only started doing art again once we got to. New possum shirt arrived, by the way. Nice. Congrats on the possum shirt. Chat. if you need a possum shirt that is biblically accurate, go check out Rebecca Roney and her amazing merch. There's new mugs, I believe, and what might be on said mug is a fun surprise. There's also a big piss sticker, in which, oh, okay. In which we mentioned it earlier, chat, but we are not going to have big piss. Yeah, big piss. Which we will not be having the pilt coming up again. Maybe. But we are not having a piss in hands. Piss in hands is not making it to this stream. Piss in hands. No! I refuse. Wow, fetishes. I don't know what this is. Wait. No. I did with that one. I wanted this one. I'm glad that was my first chat. Wonderful. Look, that's, pretty accurate to the vibe we have in here, if we're being honest.
Delicious egg.
We have a vibe, and it is chaos. Oh, I too love a delicious egg. But yeah, we also changed up my drawing setup. I was kind of mentioning it earlier. So I am drawing flat on a table now rather than at an angle. And that gives me more room to fully use my arm. And so I'm not using my wrist and palm as much. So that's also been very helpful. Because I think that was one of the problems I was kind of having is I was just getting too much into only using my wrist. And that's bad. Don't do it, chat. Ads about to start. Well, we can't snooze this, so we will have ads. We'll probably take a break. And which, if you need to get up, take a stretch, take a piss. What you need to do. I might have to open up a window because it's getting toasty in here. Because we're having Midwest weather, and I've just gotten back from pissing. Well, piss some more. We've been having the really annoying Midwest weather of it's going to change all the time, and fuck you. So she's cooking. So it'll be a really nice mild day one day, and then it's just back to freezing immediately the next, and it's just, please no, please. She's cooking so much piss. Okay, we need to... Once again, I mentioned this earlier. I can just change the angle. This is the glory of having a tablet. I say you can't rotate a sketchbook or something. Anyways, I can't wait for our risk construction stream. That's gonna be great. But it's fine, chat. It's fine. I promise you, it's fine. You know, but in all seriousness, if I was like, still feeling to a point where it was bad, I would not be streaming. I may be foolish, but I am not that foolish. You may still keep it like a shorter stream just in case, but I haven't decided yet. We'll just kind of play it by ear. And like, because I'd like to go for a longer stream tonight, because I really enjoy doing longer streams usually. Eh. And like, I try to keep it like usually at a 4-hour minimum, but sometimes you gotta call it early. Hi, Odin. Hi. 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 That's my arm. You trying to say hi to chat? Hi. Hi. Yeah. Hello. Thank you, Odin. Odin Cam. See, I've thought about that, and there's a problem. And it's Odin moves around too much. He does not sit still. He's not like Dado's dog, where Dado has a pupper who would just like, go to his bed and then lay there. Like Odin just zooms around everywhere and like does all the shit. And it's like constantly going back and forth. And so it's just like, where do I put a cam? And I'm not putting a cam where like I could be seen, because no thank you. Also, it said ads are about to start, and they have not, to my knowledge. Make up your mind, Twitch. Tatsuo was streaming cam to him. Oh my god, no. That would be horrible. I would get destroyed immediately. Nah, yeah. Just put a little arm above his face looking down. Yeah, that would not last. He would find a way to destroy it. Okay. Ads. So we're gonna BRB really quick. I should have said that, but it jumped up. So we're gonna let one out and be right very quick. Back in a minute. Okay, I am back. Do we still have ads going? Yeah, we still have ads going, but I'll just be back. Nobody who's in sub get to see the BRB screen that we worked so hard on. You really are making problems that don't exist. Just make it so he can't destroy it. Look! Odin can and will find a way to destroy. That is, like, one of his specialties. He knows what he's doing. Do need to start, so welcome back from ads, everyone. I hope your mandatory participation in capitalism was not too unfortunate. Yeah, so one of the big things I've been like trying to focus on is getting my aligner down to like much more controlled, so I can be a lot more specific with the lines I want to make and the line weights, and also getting those lines to be a lot thinner, because you know, once you like really start to kind of master that, you can really kind of just do whatever you want. And it's like getting really solid like a liner is kind of like a really key fundamental step. And I really want to move on to like practicing some coloring stuff and like some inking and painting. And I think that was kind of my plan before we hands started to hurty a little bit, and so we took a break. But I've been making a ton of progress on like the liner at front. It's been really nice. Like, I think that's also why, you know, you probably had like such hand hurdy, because using a lot of pressure on and like only using like wrist to draw. What? What do you mean, what? But like, yeah, only using like hand and wrist to draw while doing like a big focus on line art and like putting a lot of pressure on like using. What is that pin message? You know, I thought that I probably shouldn't pin that. Because out of context, it won't make sense. What did I miss while being dead for my schedule being updated by the timeline rewriting? I think that was I said we can't have piss in hands. I wasn't allowing piss. We're not having piss in hands, chat. This is final. Maybe we wouldn't want to do something that involves piss in hands. Yeah. You cannot have piss in hands. I refuse. This is a piss in hands free stream. You will put the piss where it belongs, not in your hands. And of course, I guess that means we also don't have its cousin glue in hands. Hands made for pissing the house. No. It's not what your hands are made for. What am I supposed to do with all this piss in hands? No. For those who don't know, you'll just have to look up and see. Or I guess probably check, go and check Doofus's VOD. Damn, Macbeth got weird in the last act. You'll have to go and check, I don't know, Dupe's VOD and see what Piss in Hands is. Why can't I piss on my hands? No. No piss in hands. Piss in the toilet. That's where it goes. So I am kind of amazed that nobody hit that hit that 5K redeem when the raid came. Thanks, chat. Thanks, chat, for being a little normal. Actually, I think I sent this to a friend of mine recently. There we go. Oh, there's a 5K redeem? Yeah. What? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that 5K redeem. It's fine. Chat was so normal today in any capacity. That can't be right. Well, I think chat was unified in telling me to rest. And that I shouldn't be working and overexerting my hand. So chat unified and rallied behind a common cause. Which was self-care. You're in trouble now, Piss in Hands. No. No. Wait. I just need that, Punisher gift. No. Oh, Sketcher Crest. I don't know. Score bunny, but shaped like an IRL bunny. Oh. One streamer I used to watch had a redeem for 1,000,000 points where you reportedly banned the streamer from his own stream. He hasn't streamed in a while, so progress and has been halted. Score bunny. Oh. Funny. Okay. We shall... Okay. I will give this an attempt, but I can't promise anything. Because I, mostly draw people. And by people, I mean I draw gay robots. So, I'll try my best. I mostly redeem that as a joke. Oh, but... I've already grabbed the references. Fair. I already grabbed a couple references. Yes, we'll keep this short. Yuck, yuck, yuck. And you know, part of, like, once again, why this is there is for the robots they kissy. Just pretend Score Funny is a gay robot. Yeah. True. Yeah, speaking of, during, hold on, shout out to, I don't know if Splashes is still around. And Splash. Aha, yeah. Splash has been going through Signalis and just got to the, mine section today. And definitely didn't find the sad part that inspired so many fan arts of kissy robots. Also, to be fair, you don't draw gay robots. You draw gay cyborgs. Oh, yeah. That's actually true. They are brains in jars. Yeah, it's actually really funny because when I was doing my which sad part, that only kind of narrows it down. The second sad part in the mines with the 2 girls instead of the 1 girl. Yeah. The jars are women, yeah. So like when I was working on my sci-fi setting for mech game, like that's kind of what the robot girls, you know, ended up being. Is, you know, a brain inside of a robot body, and is, you know, mostly robot components with like very few like people components. Oh, that bit, yeah. Where she remembers her name. It's fine. They are going to just look at the sky together. They're made of meat. Meat. But yeah, so like I designed my cyborgs to be like mostly robot and just like only brain and like person-shaped jar. Robot with who would want to meet meat? Get please. And then like I discovered that Signalis lore and I'm like, oh no. I accidentally made slightly different replicas. Which I think is kind of funny. What do you mean they're made of meat? You want to believe they had sentient meat? No, that's propaganda. Like flying bugs. There are no flying terminids. This is propaganda. To be fair, Signalis is not the only one. Yeah. And, you know, of course, like, primary inspiration being, like, Ghost in the Shell, regardless. Because I, too, am a fan of Ghost in the Shell.
Oh my god, are you guys talking about Ghost in the Shell? That is one of the most important movies ever made. I cannot wait to see it.
Have to. Yeah, I saw, you know, for the deep Amy lore, I saw Ghost in the Shell when I was really young. And I beat you to it, kid. I saw Ghost in the Shell when I was really young, and that probably was a bit altered my psyche a little bit. I imagine a lot of SIGNALIS fans like Ghost in the Shell. Yeah. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell was one of my favorites. Okay, this doesn't work how I've done this, so we're just gonna do it kind of like this. I feel like such a poser because I saw it playing at a Hot Pops restaurant and didn't recognize it until I saw the lady. Oh my god. So where does that Deus Ex clip come from? It's from the H-Bomber guy Deus Ex video. It's, I think, like halfway through the video about. Just checking, we mean the animated series, right? Is there not an animated Ghost in the Shell? Oh no. Oh no. Hang on, wait, chat. Anyways, you know, I'm so glad that we only have a animated Ghost in the Shell. Why would somebody mention that, say it like that? And I don't think they're, you know, it'd be pretty weird if they tried to make a live action Ghost in the Shell, especially with Scarlett Johansson. That'd be really weird. So I'm glad that never happened. Oh, and the manga, of course. Yeah. I'm so glad that we only have the anime and the manga, and there's nothing else. It'd be really weird if there was something else. So I'm glad there's not. You know, yep. And it's technically only on its like feet pauses, but I wanted our orange. Yep. Do a little bone fluff. And that would certainly be strange casting this for this purely hypothetical adaptation. Yeah. That would be really strange. That'd be super weird. So, I'm glad it's not real. This rabbit's looking so dang cute. Thank you. I think we'll be done here in a second. My drum. Yeah, under my thumb. Yeah, we'll do some proper hatching. We won't just scribble. I don't think like some of these proportions are right. But we're kind of just going there. So there. Little lethal Scorch Bunny, but as an actual bunny. It's always a reminder, please don't feel bad for redeeming, like, the... Kip, oh no. Kip, why are you dotting? So why are we Huh. Can I post links? Yes, you can post links. You should be able to. I turned off the link thingy, or the settings that were just bopping people for posting links, so you should be fine. I think if something gets you, it's auto mod. Yeah, there you go, you're fine. So do you have that specific timestamp bookmarked or something? So, why do we compartmentalize trauma, chat? I don't remember compartmentalizing trauma. That's weird. Anyways, back to drawing robot girls. Like, I've been watching the full 3.5 hours. Yeah, but it is, yeah, it's a good video. I really liked it. It was really interesting for someone who is not like... I was never super into Deus Ex. Which is weird because I, did like System Shock and like kind of the immersive sim kind of games. I remember discovering that, what is it? Oh my god, what is it called? Alright, chat, we're gonna hit you with, Shogo, Mobile Armor Division. Or Shogo. Which was like a very old school FPS that is, it has like mech sections, but also infantry sections, and it's really fucking weird. And if I remember right, looking back at it in the future, it's like, wow, this game is really horny too. Ah, Shogo. I've heard of this. Yeah. It's an oldie and it's very weird. That's the old cover for it. I think I have this on GOG. But like, yeah, I got super into this game as a kid. I don't remember much about it, but I remember loving the shit out of it, so. That and like, Mech Warrior. I really got into Mech Warrior. Compartmentalizing trauma in an exterior bay so you can take a hit on the port side will actually help you get rid of it. Yeah. Yeah, oh my god. For my, because the other game that I really want to make is like a game like very similar in like camera angle and like scale to Signalis, as like a top-down kind of like isometric shooter type game, but a completely different vibe. Like the only thing it'd really share is because this would be more of like an action game rather than like a horror game. But like for that, one of like the key components like I was working on was like a whole upgrade system that you get from like the bosses you defeat as you go. And now that I'm thinking about that, it's just like, oh my god, I could make the UI for that like the kind of like the mech loadouts for like BattleTech or Mech Warrior. We just have the big slots think that'd be funny. Tap down, shoot a bang, Manga Man, kind of. Just gayer and more depressing. I also got distracted, Kip, don't worry. Way too much of this DS video lives in my brain, but I do not have this timestamp bookmarked. Yeah, I think we had like a day in the Discord where we didn't we watch like 2 or 3 H-bomb videos? Because I think I remember we had like a day where we just went through like at least the Deus Ex one and I think one other one. Or no, it was the Rubibi one, I think. Ah, spats in your dumb little haircut. I could have just like left her bangs as is, but no, I had to make it more anime and make more work for myself. But I made you and Go for Force the Review one, yeah. Which I had seen before. It's really good, and you know, I do think like the like frustrating thing with Ruibi, besides like all of the, you know, internal stuff with Rooster Teeth, is it could have been like so much better. I bought all the available seasons of Ruibi, so I will have it whenever I get that craving since RT is gone, yeah. It'd be nice if, because I think one of the creators just wanted to see if they could buy the rights, right? But it's just like, you know, I like the idea of Ruby a lot. There's like, I think so much there, but it's just like, it just feels like so much wasted potential. Although that online Dylan was interested in acquiring Ruby, gotcha. Oh, that would be cool. You just mentioned what I just did. Yeah, it would be like cool if they could like get the rights and it doesn't just end up in like, you know, a corporate vault somewhere. In like IP hell. Because like even if I'm not like a big fan of Ruby and you know, of what's there, it's I know a few people who are, and you know, I have like so many things that I really enjoy that have just ended up in like corporate vaults, and it just really sucks. Dylan Gu worked on season 3 at least, and then did a lot of work since then. Gotcha. Has his own studio now. Oh, yeah, that would be pretty cool. Because like there is a lot of like potential out there for Ruibi, and it's really weird saying that after Ruibi has had like what 8 seasons. It's had a lot, but I think you know, from what I had seen, they just never really kind of, I think, found the footing of what they really want to do. They posted their most recent video. Yeah, I just realized fencing and sword fighting people have night spots because of how integral lunge steps are. Yeah, that's nice. Unrelated, but never not. No, it's kind of stinky. What's kind of stinky? Ruby or big booty sword fighters? It's like if any of you follow Century, like the ass on one of her like rapier chan girl just keeps getting bigger and bigger with every time she's drawn, and it's hilarious. I mean, sword fighting and fencing are kind of in Ruby, right? Yeah. Sounds like Century, alright, yeah. I don't know how Century draws like as much as they do. It's just so much. So many girls in armor. I have a stupid idea. I have many of those as well. They're fueled by Divine's visions from the heavens, I imagine, yeah. If only. And just, I think, a lot of practice. So I think I want to change, you know what, I love you, F-Zero, but I want to change our OST. This will come back in a second. So quiet. Dylan Q should buy Duolingo. Instead of having shitty AR, they could have cool animations in the language learning app. If only. I hate shitty fucking AI art. Oops, my ship's heart ran out of fuel. Uh-oh. I just hate it in general. So much. And I think it's like kind of distressing how like a lot of just normies like really hop on using a lot of like generative AI for like especially editing and writing things. And like except for some of the music videos that's made for King Gizzard and Alphamus. Interesting. But it's just like, especially when it's just like, oh yeah, you can just use ChatGPT to like code or whatever, and that sounds horrible and like horrifying. And it's just like, yeah, it's kind of like, you know, simplifying the task. But also, it seems like we'll just get to the point where, you know, we are machine spiriting it up. Nobody knows how to do like the thing anymore, and now we have to waft incense at the fucking generative chat bot to get computers to work. It's taking you out of things to make, yeah, what's the, yeah, that's the other thing, is it's just like for like so much stuff, it is just like a pure, you know, kind of shows how there's like, I don't know, a lot of, there's like a significant amount of just like people who only see like the product and like the finished piece and not like, I don't know, the thing, the whole process. I hope the chatbots make more and more refund policies. Ooh. That would be funny. And it's just like, I think the thing that has, like, of this whole, you know, Gen AR saga, the, like, best part of it, and I can't believe I'm saying this, the best part of it is that PewDiePie learned how to fucking draw. And it's like, of all the people, because, you know, PewDiePie is like a dad now, and like doesn't want his kids to like grow up in like, you know, in chronically online like situation or whatever, is just looking to establish like a much more offline presence. And it's just like, so PewDiePie just taught himself how to draw art. And yeah, an unbelievable twist of fate. Yeah. And like a lot of um people like kind of got, a lot of like the AI like tech bros or whatever got like really chuffed about that, because it's just like, yeah, you can just learn how to draw. Like even PewDiePie can do it. And it's like, it is just a thing you can learn, and there's just so many more resources now than like when I was younger. And like, tablets are more accessible than like ever before, but also you don't need a tablet. You can just draw on fucking paper. I know the BBB has talking recently about using AI to help them with more experimental marketing for Doctor Who. Ooh. Fast assets for prototyping ideas for something and marketing being fairly cutthroat. Yeah, fucking marketing is a whole other subject. I welcome people getting offline and getting more normal. He draws stuff and surf has become normaler. Yeah. Yeah, I too welcome people getting offline and becoming normal. And it's just like it's just so nice. It's so nice to just do stuff on offline. And I know for like a lot of like, I don't know, I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I know for like some people in like my kind of age range who grew up with like the early infancy of the internet are also kind of in a stage now of just kind of wanting to go back to like, from the terminate online and just rediscover things. And it's nice. There's a Canadian airline that had to pay out in court because their AI customer service made up a refund policy that didn't have. That's so funny. Holy shit. AI is the 3D printing of information. Reminds me I need to finish setting up my 3D printer 2 years after assembling it. Yeah. But yeah, I've seen Dune walks along the river each day. I'm catching up on PDB. Nice. That sounds really nice. It's like, where I live now, I mentioned it kind of before, being the super earth, like, suburban hellscape. It's really difficult to like kind of get out because of how this place was like engineered and built to be terrible. And so, and I've like definitely, I think, suffered a lot more. It's weird to say it that way, but it's just like I used to live in a place where I could literally like walk to places I could hike and like parks and all of this stuff, and it was really nice. And like there's so many places that I could go with Odin. There was like this one trail called Little Grand Canyon, which is like this big like canyon, and it was this it's like a 3 mile trail, I think. And so it wasn't like super long or anything, but you essentially you started at the top of, like the canyon, and then you kind of went down into it and you followed like a little bit of like these creeks and like, and then you would like come back and there would be this big like rock face where like part of the creek ran down, and so you'd like climb up that like rock face. And when I took Odin to this, he was fine for most of it, but there were sections that were pretty vertical in the rocks, so I kind of had to push his butt up to get him to climb up. And it was like, okay. So I'm just like, you can imagine me like going up these kind of steep rocks, just trying to push my giant dog up the trail, which was really great. And he loved that place, but it was a bit of a drive, so we couldn't go too often. But that was like and then when you like after you like finish like going back up the cliff, you'd get to like a spot where you could see like the entire like canyon and valley, and it was very beautiful. and a really cool place. In the same area, there was like the wine trail hikes that were also really nice. But I never got to go on those too much. It's not very good. It requires you to buy in, and people think they're having the best thing. Oh yeah, yeah. Print a tube in suburbia. You must drive to a location to walk at. Yeah, I fucking hate it. The other thing that Square Enix gang faux stars just having AI gen images in it. Oh yeah, I remember that. The same game that the entire marketing was defending itself from Toon Americans by saying there are objective modes. Oh my god. The same objective modes plus Toon has more and less. Amazing. Holy shit. They made Splatoon at home. But worse. That's amazing. Yeah, so glad I got rid of my resin 3D printer. Yeah. You did get some nice little minis out of it, though. Just way too much work to get those. Splatoon, but with all the styles sandblasted out of it. God, amazing. So much work, so much waste, yeah. And it's resin, so it's just like not great. I remember like thinking resin was cool when I was young because like of Forge World models that look so much better compared to like normal Games Workshop minis. 3D printers seem nice if you can make your own digital models, but it is a huge investment. And like you definitely want to get like the ones that aren't resin. But yeah, and then it's just like I learned that resin just sucks. Resin is ass. Yeah, they try to sell them as just like in addition to your minis hobby, but that shit's its own hobby. So much troubleshooting, yeah. It's like, what do you mean you weren't wanting just like an additional portion to your like a whole other hobby? The Craftsman has a fair number of videos on 3D printing, and yeah, it's got some dust to it. Honestly, mini resin is the best thing, but it needs a dedicated filtered exhaust, yeah. I'm honestly pretty amazed with like he's also got some other great videos on toy making. Huh. Including by making your own injection molds. Nice. That's pretty cool. I used to do a lot of casting for glass, so I used to do like a lot of lost wax casting. It's just usually like, you know, what you're doing for a lot of casting that people do is usually just make, you know, like make the form. You can do like the silicone one as well, but I'm not as big a fan of using that. He's the guy with the unique voice, right? Oh my god. Wait, if I get a place to come in with it, nice. Yeah, I keep getting recommended kit bashing videos on YouTube, and they drive me insane because like a lot of times you have like somebody trying to remove like a shit ton of material from whatever they're working on, and they're just using like an X-Acto knife, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like seeing people trying to just like remove material or things by hand when this is like their like main job essentially is just like astounding to me, because like, I did that when I was a child and teenager and didn't know any better about power tools. But it's just like, you can just use a Dremel. Just use a Dremel. I promise you, it's fine. Like, you do not have to do everything with just your basic set of hobby tools. It's okay. Please use power tools. It'll make your life so much easier. Resin is interesting. There are a few things I want to make out of some, mainly because they're transparent. Ooh, nice. To make metal or plastic control. Oh, yeah. And dual wax, yeah. Imagine a lot of kishbackers are trying to keep their tool budget lower than maybe. But like, I don't know. Like Dremels aren't that expensive in the realm of like power tools, and they'll last forever. Or maybe they're just crazy. I think they're just crazy because they have, they are usually making videos about an incredibly expensive hobby regardless. Yeah, maybe that's why they don't have fucking Dremels, because all the money just goes to the minis. Thank you, Games Workshop, for being normal about prices. They're not normal about prices. I remember like when I stopped playing like tabletop Warhammer, I was like, wow, this is getting pretty expensive. That's not cool. And I had no idea, chat. I had no idea what was coming. And just look and see. I thought a Dremel was a type of tool, but it looks like it's a brand. Yes, it's a brand, but it's the brand named itself after the tool, which is a stupid move. I mean, they're a fine. I've seen a fair amount of videos as of late, people doing kit bashing with scraps and waste and stuff. Nice, yeah. But yeah, so there's like the tool is called like a Dremel, but Dremel named their fucking company after the tool, and it's mildly annoying. They still make like good tools. Don't get me wrong. You don't need to get, but there are like, if you're looking for a professional setup, that's not the brand I would pick. Like they're fine. They're okay. Yeah, that's incredibly annoying. Yeah. There's a brand I like a lot better. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But like they're using like a whole different system for their Dremel tools that is a lot more reliable. Like I've had issues with like Dremel brand because that's what they used in the glass department at high school. And like the metalsmiths use like a different brand that is so much better, and those are the ones I used before. And those just never have like any problems. But they also cost like 3 times as much, or at least twice as much. The tool itself is just a high-speed precision rotor. Yeah. I got a Dremel thing for my birthday. Nice. Tool, not brand. Nice. Yeah, like getting one with a flex shaft, like just so good. But you don't need a flex shaft. But it's one of those things where it's like, if you have it, it is so nice because then you can just like have it hanging at like your desk. And it's just more ergonomic that way. A flex shaft, you say? Yeah, flex that shaft. Remember how so many companies became synonymous with their projects? Went to... Good job. Yeah. Like Band-Aid. Or Kleenex. Google. Yeah. Who up at night flexing the shaft? This looks proportionally correct off of the reference I'm going off of, but I'm not sure. You know, a proper artist, when doing lines like this, would do, like, proper perspective, like, references by drawing dots and everything, and I just eye everything like a lunatic. Phillips, kind of. Big name in the field, at least. I think Allen Wrench is our brand as well, if memory serves me right. I believe so. I'm not sure. Also, I have discovered that the Star chest piece is different from the Scorch one. Actually, what's the Calibri one? I should probably be using that. Like... No, it's fine. Actually, this... No, we'll just keep using this one. So, like, I'm realizing that all of the up-armored replicas have different chest plates. What is... Man. Okay. Don't mean... Thank you, Apnoyak. Oh no, this isn't what I want at all. God damn it. Okay. Somebody made a master post of every fucking model people have made. Which I have to inform you, chat. The replicas have made it to Smash. So somebody put Falca in Smash. Amazing. All the replica having different chest plates. I noticed that we were just talking about the other day. I saw a picture of 3 of them. Yeah, I was the one who sent you that picture. See all of them from so far away, it'd be hard to notice. Yeah, it's but it's like very clear. Trying to look up and see the Elster one. Oh. No. Oh my god. Can fucking okay, there we go. This will work. Thank you, Apnoyak. Apnoyak has been like the person who's done like a lot of the ripping and rigging for like ripping models from Signalis. What Falco even do in a fight? She's dead. Yeah, she's I desire Falco to smash me. Me too. I too desire Falco to smash me. Okay, so I'm looking. And the Elster one, oh, ads. I don't want to take a break working out. I just want to keep working through. So the Elster one is also different. It's closer to the Calibri one, but it is still different. Amazing. Amazing. And I fly on the wall. There we go. Okay. Yeah. You should take a break. You have a good opportunity. All right, we'll BRB. Fine. Oh my god. Why does Stroganoff have beef? Oh no. Not beef Stroganoff jump scare. Alright, chat. Now you get to learn the deep Amy lore. Oh my god, Gift, that's so cursed. I don't know if I could set that up, but that'll be good. If or you say yo. So like I was talking with somebody about this the other day actually. But, you know, flavor packets. Pretty great because, you know, it's just like all the seasoning already mixed together, right? It is a nice convenient thing. And so like you don't have to so that's how she did the almond break one should be similar. Yeah. Someone quote unquote I don't know. You can save me, Amy. It's fine. Okay. Well, okay. I was talking with Faye about flavor seasoning packets the other day. And you know, yeah, all the ingredients in a tiny little pouch, very powerful. Yeah. However, you know, my dad would use those all the time for beef stroganoff, and like I don't know how he did it, but he always made it taste so bad. So awful. It was just like I ate a bouillon cube once, just once. So like I know like where this is going, yeah. I mean there's not much more to it than that. It's just like it is just literally like I had to like eat so much as a child, just really bad beef stroganoff that despite using just like a flavor packets, he just made taste so bad. Like I don't know what he did it. I think, yeah, it only took once I figured out that you're supposed to dissolve it first. Yeah. Yeah, basically just got a bunch of like salt and seasoning. There's worse things you could eat. I'm a fast learner. But yeah, my dad is like one of those people who's just like can only eat like meat that is put on a grill for the most part. And so when you have beef stroganoff from somebody who only really grills, it's just like, oh god, you're just in for a bad time. In what way did his bad? No, I think just like bad texture and like bad flavor overall. I cannot remember because I think I compartmentalized this trauma. No, I don't even remember. I just remember it having like I think mostly bad like texture and just like bad taste. Which I think he was also doing just like you know, like just straight up boiling noodles and just like unsalted water even. Bro is cooking derogatory makes you oh my god. Instinctively licking the spoon after I use it for better than bouillon. I haven't used better than bouillon yet. Oh, I boil noodles and yeah, I know some people get very specific about that. It's fine. But yeah, the like definitely the like style of cooking that is just like boil noodles in like unsalted water and then just like strain out the noodles and not really use like the pasta water for like sauce or anything is something. Just boil the whole dish. Yeah. But this is also my dad was also one of those you know, we can't eat here anymore. We can't eat at the Japanese restaurant anymore because they've MSG because they use MSG and MSG makes you sick or made us sick once. And so little Amy, little oh no, you can use pasta water with sauce. Oh, no. What does help you? It's fine. There, pat, pat. But yeah, little weeb Amy, who got to go to like a Japanese restaurant during the summer. Um, I mean, I never use salt in cooking. It's not necessary. Salt is very good for cooking. You should use it as a treat. But then like when my dad was just like, "Oh no, we can't go there anymore because they use MSG." I was crushed, defeated. The true trauma that was never compartmentalized that has haunted me to this day. I think that line's right. Line looks right. That makes sense. His cooking was more dangerous. Yeah. Look, most elaborate cooking I've never done is mac and cheese from a box. Oh, you should. I would highly recommend learning how to cook, or at least like cook more things. But it's something I enjoy doing a lot. It's like just especially like having like a bunch of stuff that you have to do at once. I really like that, as it's just like brain go burr if you have to like prepare a bunch of different components. And like one of my favorite things to do is just like chop and like dice vegetables. It's one of my favorite steps. Another goal of mine when I have proper kitchen cook. Nice. Well, I wish you a proper kitchen so you can cook some good food. Because you're worth it. But yeah, that was one thing that you're welcome. Points at screen. As someone who's about to waste money on DoorDash instead of cooking, I really recommend learning to cook. But yeah, it's what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so like when I was at uni still, like that was kind of what we like what we would do for like whenever we had like a get together with my friends and stuff. We would do like potlucks all the time. And like always, like part of the whole thing was just like, when you get there, especially because usually the host was Chu Chen. And, there's like, there was a meme about this, about like, I think, like a German and like a Chinese being a guest to like a Chinese woman dinner, which is just like, oh yeah, you're here, like here's help out with the vegetables and stuff, we need to chop, and it's German dude's just like, wait, what do you mean the dinner's not like fully cooked already? What do you mean everything's not ready to go? But that was always a lot of fun, was just being able to cook with friendos. Brian Lagerstrong and Kenji Lopez are really great channels to learn from. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I think Brian has burned through all of his pizza recipes, so he's had to branch out. Because that's how I originally found him. through was like mostly pizza stuff. And like, yeah, a lot of like cooking, at least in like I feel like the US is kind of like put on this like intimidating scale. And all my bread stuff is from Brian. All my meat and heavy dishes are from Kenji, yeah. But like there's a lot of like, oh yes, this is like really hard to do, or like it's oh, baking is like a perfection science, blah blah blah. And it's like it's really not that hard. Once you like kind of start to understand how things work, like once you start learning like the basics of everything, it's just like, oh yeah, this is not actually hard. But this, yeah, why you do things, not just hey, do this, yeah, which that's always really good because you can apply that knowledge elsewhere. To like other dishes or like other things you want to make. And allows you to like really kind of experiment more with stuff as well. So you're not just always having to follow a recipe. Baking as a science people are usually the kind of dude bros that want to make their cooking not seem feminine. Yeah. Meanwhile, people making the croissants near me are just vibing. Oh my god. I really want to make some Franzbrötchen again. I'd really love to make some Franzbrötchen. Yeah, oh, that's good. I like understand the why of the process. Yeah, that's really great because like that's I hate it when tutorials don't really teach you the why of the like process because it's just like this is information you need to know. It's like, well, technically you don't need to like know it in that moment, but it's just like it's something you can use to apply to other things and you can do more rather than just follow the recipe every time. And like allows for a greater understanding of the subject matter. And which is like for me the big difficult thing to learn is like any coding. And so it's just like when anything that actually when you have a tutorial actually explaining the why and not just hey, do this, it is extremely helpful. Not to mention the why can help you remember the steps. Yeah, exactly. That's the other good important part. I think I love cooking because I am a scientist. Nerd emojis in the chat. Which that's the other thing is that there's a lot of like cooking science or a lot of science involved in cooking. It's like there's just so much to break down with like a lot of specific cooking. It's like chemistry, but you're allowed to eat it. Yeah, exactly. We love a chemistry you can eat, so it's better. But yeah, the like baking as a science people to like self-aggrandize baking are people I find extremely annoying. It's not that deep. It's just making pastries or something. Oh, I fucked this up. I fucked this up big time. Oh, well, it's fine. This is like way off to where it is compared to my reference, but that's fine. Isn't supposed to be anything special anyways. Doesn't stop Nile Red. I don't know who that is. Okay. Anyone who tries to make something seem more elaborate than it is, I am also guilty of this as a chump because you get shoved in a locker. Yeah, there's actually a big thing about that within like the metals community because like if you say you're a jeweler, people just won't take you as seriously as if you say you're a metalsmith or like a small metals artist. Oh, Niall Reed is a chemistry YouTuber from Canada with a monotone voice. Anyway, speaking of cooking and chemistry hazards and substances, talking about, has anyone seen that Tumblr post against battery acid spaghetti? I don't think so. I mean, I might have, and I might have just compartmentalized that. Wait, there's actually a metal. Yeah. Because especially like you might have seen thumbnails for his turning plastic into cinnamon candy. Oh no. Oh no, that sounds cursed. But yeah, you have like artist communities are usually like not in the same way as like online. Small metals artist sounds way more aggrandizing with jeweler, which is a professional job. Yeah, and like that's like why. Well, a lot of people just use like small metals artists, even if they only make like jewelry, because people just will not take you seriously if you say jeweler, which is really dumb. In like some cases, it's of course not always the case, but it's definitely like a like perception or whatever that's there, and it's really dumb. But like he made caffeine-free Red Bull and drank it. I was trying to think of what else he ate. Remembered he made a cookie using reference materials. Yeah, that's weird. They'd be like scoffing besides somebody calls him a baker. Yeah, it's dumb. And there's so much like just art drama because like, you know, these aren't really like online communities, right? Where you might consider there's like a huge like group of people like centered around one thing. It's just usually like a group of professionals who or like semi-professionals who most of which know each other is the other thing. So there's a lot of interpersonal drama that goes on. Like if you become a blacksmith, you will probably know most other blacksmiths because there's not a lot of blacksmiths. Surprising no one. Like in the US, for instance, there's only one university you can go to where you can get a master's in blacksmithing, and that's the school I went to. Because my school has cool stuff like that. But reference materials from like yeah, not like textbooks. Oh no, what did you buy, Scrant? I know a guy who does metalworking and graduated before I did. Anchovy paste. Anchovy paste sounds terrifying. Good luck on the anchovy paste. But yeah, so like in like the glass art community, there was like that's also like a really small one. So if like and a lot of people know each other, or like only 1 or 2 degrees like separated from each other, and he had some cool insights. Nice. So like if you had beef with somebody or somebody had beef with you, like other people would hear about it. And like it was always really awkward because like there was this artist that people really liked, and she was a horrible person. Like, awful person. One of, like, the meanest people I think I've ever met. I used to work for the government. And, like, it was always wild because our department head would always be like, oh, yeah, there's, like, nobody wants to learn glass anymore. And it's just like, oh, because of like this reason, it's too expensive to go to this university, or like people just want to do this, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, my dude, your like favorite grad student made like three students cry, and they're like 101 class. Like, GG stream in 45. Nice. And it's like, that's why nobody is, nobody is staying with class. Hi, Odin. Because like, your program is hostile to people because of the people who run it. And but anyway, so she was really liked because of like the kind of work she did, and everybody thought it was like the coolest thing ever. And when people would learn that, like, I was at the same university as this other person, like, people really wanted to become my friend. And, like, sometimes people only want to be your friend to get a connection to somebody else. And it's really fucking lame. And there's so much dumb shit like that in, like, art communities. And it's just, like, I am too old for this. I do not care. And so, like, I am so much more happier now just drawing gay robots on the internet than I ever was making glass art. Like, having to, like, justify my existence, like, every couple weeks. Just double check, I found a few days ago that Worcestershire sauce contains fermented anchovies. Yeah. It's, like, one of its key ingredients, I believe. Oh, damn. And, like, there's like art drama that always comes around with social media, but like I can ignore that. Like, that doesn't affect me. I don't have to deal with people like being like, oh, hey, can I be your friend? And so I can get an introduction to this other artist. Art drama is unbelievably exhausting, yeah. And it's just like whenever there's art drama on social media, I can just ignore it. And just be grumpy about it and, like, I don't know, message a friend about it and move on. That's all I have to do. I cannot wait for the whenever Mech Game gets released, however far away from now. I can't wait for the kinds of stupid drama that'll pop up about it. Even if only like 10 people play it, there's going to be some level of drama, I know. But yeah, I'm just, despite how much I loved Glass and I loved, like, there were good people in Glass. There wasn't like the majority, I would say, but I did have like a couple good friends. And like there was a lot of fun to be had there, but it's just not kind of worth like everything around it. Isn't worth all the drama and all of like the extra stress and work I put myself through. basically just working like nonstop. And like everything I did was like some kind of fuck up. And having to justify the fact that, with Hot Shop I didn't want to make like quote unquote art. I wanted to make I wanted to make stuff that was useful, which, that's another big like art school thing is it's really hard to justify making utilitarian work because I really liked making like cups and vases and bowls and that kind of stuff and like things you could actually use. But like that wasn't, art. And one of my friends over in sculpture, she had like the same kind of problem because, I mean, even if people don't like it, yeah. Which Taima was, she was a really amazing artist. And what she liked to make was furniture. Like, it is arguably what pays the bills for earthenware and glass. Most of them, yeah. And she was a sculptor, and she was really into making furniture. Like, she made a grandfather clock. Like, at one point, it was really, like, this really amazing grandfather clock. And, like, bunch of, like, tables and really cool, like, utilitarian pieces. But when she got to, like, this school, because she was a grad student, by the way. But when she got to this school, and it's just like, no, they want her to make like art. She's now just like can't do her thing that she actually enjoys. So she has to like code some like bullshit into all the work she wants to make so she can like try to make the work she wants to make. It's really cool, yeah. Let's see if I can. No, that is. I don't remember her last name. It's the. Okay, hang on. Oh, Taima Krayim. We shall see. Because I think last I saw her, she was making bowls. Yeah. But I want to see if I can grab that, find that grandfather clock. Here we go. Hut. Yeah, arbitrary crap like that always sucks. Yeah, which is why I like really got out of glass, or one of the reasons why. But yeah, this was a grandfather clock she made just because, like, this is the just kind of stuff she liked to make. She made that before coming to my uni, and then they just didn't want her to make shit like this. So she's always pressured to like make art TM, and like that shit's just like I got like the same thing, and it was just like so demotivating to just be like, the thing you like to make, you are being told not to make. And it's just like so exhausting. And like so and like really like I said, really demotivating as well, because it is just like you're just constantly being told to not make the thing you want to make. So like, despite like how difficult my current situation is, it is one I would much rather be in than like something else otherwise, because right now, are you kidding me? Grand Fox or Clocks are so great. Yeah, exactly. Um, but it's like for me, even if like I am struggling a lot in ways that I wouldn't need to like struggle otherwise, it's just like right now I am allowed, I can just make the work that I want to make and work that I could be really proud of. And like that means a lot to me. And I didn't realize how much that really means to me until I kind of reflected on it a bit. Like, you do what you want, and that's good, yeah. It's the harder way. And, like, I think if I ever got, like, bored of Signalis commissions, life would be extremely difficult. But it does help that is, something I do really enjoy. And, like, the Signalis commissions I am really proud of. I'm proud of the other commissions I do as well, but it's just like, I don't know. It's nice to have like a niche where not a lot of artists are covering. Express yourself, yeah. But yeah, Time made like a lot of really cool stuff like that, and it was just like, man, girl, I feel you, because like I just loved making, for one, this is how bad my program was. Niche communities can be really nice if you find a good one, yeah. So now community is pretty nice, but it's also pretty whack in some spaces, which is inevitable. I'm not like too dialed into it. I'm mostly just dialed into like a couple artists and like people. Some of which have just completely moved on from Signal stuff, which is awesome for them. And I hope their other work finds the same popularity their Signal stuff did. Oh yeah, we will have to feed Pupper soon. I just realized that. Feed dog. Yeah, not yet. He still has some time. But we'll be doing that at our next break. But yeah, it's just like, so the other like core problem at my, specifically within the glass art program at my university, was like the professor and the assistant or associate professor had some pretty awful ideas about teaching in general. In that they were very much like art people, quote unquote, and they really pushed like a lot of like, try to think up of concepts and meetings and what does this mean and why are you making this and all of that, and doing a lot of these like thematic questions and like trying to push students into more of like thinking about thematic and meaning and all of this kind of stuff. However, speaking of breaks, I'm gonna dip out for the night. Getting kind of late for me. I should get back to some school stuff. Well, have a good night. Toaster, thanks for stopping by. But yeah, which like isn't bad on its own. Like those are things you want to have like an art student think about and like know, but they're wanting they're wanting people to be doing these concepts. And thank you for stopping by. You're what makes streaming worth it. So they'd want people to like be focused on like a lot of conceptual things, but what they were doing was they weren't teaching as many technical things, so people weren't learning the techniques they needed to learn to be able to make the concepts, and it was like so ass backwards. So you have like nobody who's actually able to like try and accomplish whatever bullshit thing they thought about, because like they're, you know, being pressured so much into like having concepts for everything, whereas like compared to other universities, or at least other glass universities, push technique so much more. And so like if you look at work from a lot of the undergrads, especially at my university, compared to undergrads at other universities, it was like night and day. Because like you had students who were way more dedicated and like, you know, able to just spend like their first 2 years of school basically just making shit and practicing their skills rather than like trying to make concepts. And yeah, that's the my university was really bad for these things. It was about pupper feed time. I guess we could look at running the ads now. Um, I know there's the run a minute ad break, but I don't know if that counts to keeping pre-rolls off or what. Um, Let me see, man. Just want to stream. Oh, there we go. Okay, also I do want to add that there. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and run a 3-minute ad break now. And we're gonna BRB, and I can feed the pupper, get him taken care of, go on and take a break and like stretch and everything. And yeah. I think we'll be I think we'll work on this only for like a tiny bit longer, just finishing up some other things and then go on to pixel art. So we're gonna be RB. Welcome back, everyone. Watching Badlands Chugs eat a whole jar of pickles. Oh my god. I don't understand the appeal of Badlands Chugs, not gonna lie. Excuse me. But that's a lot of pickles. Have I? Oh my god, have you been using the wrong brush this entire time? Holy shit. He's gotta puke it up afterwards. Oh. No. No, mate. No. Literally enough salt in that gallon of pickings to kill you. Yeah. That sounds like an extremely bad time. I don't know how he's still alive. Making Mila in art school look stable. Alright. That's enough of that. It's 20 minutes to Strive stream, right? Alright, what do you think, Scrunt? Is it gonna be Ava or Venom or somebody else? I'm thinking it's either gonna be like ABBA or someone way off, but I think it'd be really funny if, like, for all the ABBA hype, it was like somebody complete. Pickle Rick, gotcha. I have forgotten about Pickle Rick. So we're gonna compartmentalize that. And what were we talking about? Yeah, I still haven't looked up how to actually play ABBA. I just remember that one time when we were playing, and I was just like, wait, how the fuck do you play her? Which, like, how in the hell were you supposed to figure out any of this at the arcade is my question. She used blood packs. The blood packs as an install. But what's the install? What's the move? I kind of do want to like actually learn how to play Justice. I know it's like the meme is just use missiles and win. And I think her instant kill is just she grabs you and takes you to space. You watched the clip I sent you? Yeah, I was very confused on what was going on. And I think I might have got distracted by the end. I know it's like a 40-second video, but the noise she makes is incredible. Yeah, it's just like, is this the whole clip? Is it just her making this noise? Just a little freak. Yeah, she's gonna. God, imagine that key in Strive graphics. People are gonna do disgusting things with that model. In the past. Yeah, look at these lines. So many lines. Do you watch Chibi Emu vids at all? No. Should I? Are they cursed? It's like strange medical cases. Huh. I think I'm good. That sounds weird. That sounds like that gets into true crime levels of I don't know. Hey, hey, blow the man up. with actors with some reenactment. Gotcha. I love how for that one day on Ramola's stream, she brought on the she had on the fucking safety videos. I'm watching one of a mukbanger who ate 1 gallon of pickles and went to the ER. Oh no. No. Do not like. That's not really. Why? Z. A lot of people just kind of draw the necks as just like black with some highlights, but I don't really want to do that. I know that's the easy way out, but like I'm doing a lot of this for practice regardless. I want to get the practice in. Other good ones are eating 100 probiotic gummies and then drinking a. These sound horrible, actually. Why are people doing this? Why? I mean, I know why, but. Very education as it's told from the perspective of the ER staff who try to. Oh, God. I'm assuming they did not just open with because I ate a jar of pickles. Inside, I have to cheer up my lens. What else do I have? I guess probiotic gummies cause overdoses of vitamin or mineral. Yeah, that's what I imagine. And also just too much sugar, I imagine. It's never fail. It's actually like took over all of his other bacteria and growth, caused an artery blockage. Jesus Christ. That's horrible. What the fuck? It formed a mass that got pushed through his heart. Aww. What the fuck? Sounds funny like rotting life. Oh. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Ugh. Chat, uh, I might see about grabbing my drafting table and using that at some point. It's a little scuffy and it's pretty old and it's been, it's been moved had to go through like several states and moved many times. But I'm just like, kind of thinking that might be better and have like more adjustments for where I can put my tablet. Because I think having it in one place is just going to not help. What about that sleeve thing that Julia uses? Should you get one of those? Oh, I don't want to have to get a compression glove. Really don't want to. I would like to not have the compression glove. Like, my hand's doing fine and everything. Like, hand and wrist are fine. It's just like, it's just gonna be like, all right, now like something else is stiff or or uncomfortable. The vertical mouse is in your future. It's not happening. It looms. Rebecca Roney uses one. And she's been really going through it. It's just like, no, I am just sick on accident. And it's not because I'm burnt out. It's like, that's always like the big struggle is like trying to manage the same level of like taking care of yourself and being productive and doing like all these different things, because as an artist, no, you are everything. You are the artist. You are, like, especially if you're doing any sort of like comic work, it's just like you're the writer, artist, editor, inker, color, you're everything. And it's like being like a solo artist is like that way too, because it's just like you're your own marketer, you're your accountant, you're you're the one who's handling all the transactions as well. It's like you do so much as an artist. And like it's really hard to understate like how much work like really goes into. Oh, I'm debating going back to a wired mouse. Nice. Burn through too many batteries. So if I remember right, you said your wireless one, while you can use it like plugged in or whatever, when you're just using it wireless, it burns through a lot of batteries. This thing eats AA, so I need a rechargeable, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. There is no wired option. That's right. Hey, Mice, I nearly brought this up about 3D printers. Uh-oh. Yeah, my Logitech has lasted like 5 years at this point. And every time I panic and think it's like, oh no, it's dying, something's wrong, I'm gonna have to replace it. And it's just like dog hair stuck on the sensor. Just like, god damn it. It's like, such a good investment. And by investment, I mean gift, because I think somebody bought it for me. When my old mouse was dying and the replacements were out of stock, I considered buying the right-hand version of the mouse, printing a shell, and then trying to move the parts over. Oh, yeah, yeah. I remember you talking about that. And that the USB 3 signals interferes with a 2.4 wireless signal. Amazing. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, so that's even messing with your mouse, huh? Gotta get that fixed before Serious Sam night. Yeah, it drops every now and then. Gotcha. Get woo. All right. Go just do a tiny little bit more cleanup. Just because I'm enjoying working on this. I may make some tea next break we get. So I probably shouldn't make more coffee. But I think I will want to make some like tea or something before we work on commission stuff, because that requires actual brain power. Yuck. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm glad I went back to wired mice. I've stuck with those since. Just so much less of a hassle. Okay. Ugh. But we also might just call stream early. And we might just do shorter streams this week. kind of like don't wanna, because I really like going for like the full 6 hours, like the full like 6 to 8 hours. That's those have been really good, I think, so far. But it is like doing a lot of work, and I think if we don't do like, I don't know, something else where we aren't just like doing art, then I don't think we'll be able to do too many of those longer streams. Show starts in 3 minutes. Gotcha. I don't think I can. I don't know if I can restream that or whatever. It's like, I don't know what restream rules are. That's something I should look into. Character reveal probably isn't to the end. Yeah, that's what I imagine. Are they showing like a new patch and everything? Or is it a... Or is it just like a big Arxis thing? Tab. I guess we can actually just stream it, because I see other people streaming it. Oh, because that tournament starts tomorrow. Holy shit. Yeah, let me know if there's more to it. I don't think I'm following Arxis. Are they streaming on Twitch or YouTube? Yeah, Arc System Works U. Okay. New tab. Paste. All right, chat. Do you want to watch talk about a tournament and reveal a character? We could put it on if people like. Otherwise, I'll just keep working. Make it a tiny square. Oh man. I don't know if I could do that properly. Because I think I would have to, like, add a browser source, I think. I mean, I could see. Alright, let's... First off, here that. That's not what I... Yep. Well, this is so bad. We're also in... Damn. That is bullshit blazing. She looking like a freak. Was this a stream for ants? Yes. Actually. And it's gone. And it's gone. Damn. They sure made ABBA look like a fucking freak, that's for sure. I was leaning more towards ABBA rather than Venom because they put Venom in a bakery. Yeah, it's ABBA and she looks like a freak. But yeah, I figured it wasn't going to be Venom because Venom's retired and in the bakery. And like, they brought back Brisket. You can't fix her. I don't want to. I don't want to fix her. They brought back Brisket, and I think, was there somebody else who's only in, plus R? Because I know, like, you know, Basket was, like, only in plus R, I think. And that's, like, the same for ABBA. ABBA was only in plus R. Which, like, that's the other funny thing about so many people wanting her. It's just, like, she's literally in one game. Also, oh my god, Helldivers and SS devs and SSS chat, amazing. She's already Harley Quinn coded, yeah, a little bit. So, the ABBA fans finally got what they wanted. Also, I think it said March 24th is when she dropped. So, that's soon. But yeah, it'll be neat to see what they do with her. Because, like, I like the subtitle Emotional Outburst. That's a mood. Me too, ABBA. I mean, don't worry. Sorry, everybody keeps DMing me on stream. I'm just used to it. I'm just gonna contort myself into a pretzel and disappear. It's okay. It's fine. You should. God, Alright. Sorry, I don't know any ABBA songs. That crazy. There you go. And there's Goldfish at one point who just spammed my DMs instead of using Twitch chat. It's, oh look, it's flashing. That's, who could it be? I wonder who this could be. We're going back to that? No, Goldfish, we're not going back to that. Those Yeah, they've done really good with all the characters they brought to Strive. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with her. Her install is a meter called Jealous Rage now. Interesting. Goldfish, no. Oh, it's not. Nope. Faye, no. No. Faye, please. just gonna turn off Discord. It wasn't me. Fuck you. Thanks, Gold. Thanks, Gold. Yeah, so I do think also, going back to drawing, I do think it was kind of like how I had my setup before, and I think how I had my setup before relied a lot more on just like wrist movements, because like I went back to that for a little bit, and it's just like, oh yeah, that is instantly not feeling great. So I think just as long as we don't go back to that, we'll be fine. All right, who is it now? Outsourcing your Twitch chat to Discord DMs. There you go. I need the engagement, y'all. I need it. My Twitch chat engagement. You know, like Twitch analytics are going to like, you know, look at my stream and just be like, huh, for some reason, Twitch chat just completely dropped off here. I wonder what happened. Oh my god, who is it now? Oh my god, I'm not clicking that. I'm not gonna click that. I'll click that after stream. Which I don't know how much longer we'll go for. I'm kind of debating whether just end stream or like, you know, make tea and keep going for a bit. Since we're doing, you know, since I also have stream scheduled like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm kind of leaning towards ending stream early. But it's like, it's really awful for like discoverability and everything. So, I don't know. Because we do still have commissions to work on, but I got distracted by this. So I think what we might do is just keep going for a little bit longer and then maybe call it there. Since I feel like probably getting like more stream days in is probably better than getting like longer stream days or longer streams but at less days in. I'm not sure. I don't know. But we'll just see. I think I'll try to make like some more adjustments to my setup and everything so we can, like, I don't know. Not have to just finagle it every stream. Oh, look, Discord's flashing again. No, I'm not clicking that. I'm not doing it. That one's longer. Stop looking at it then. But it's it's flashing. And it's mostly just, to clear Discord, because it's just like, well, I have like all the, whenever Discord does want to actually show me the new message notification, that just flashes, and it's just like, yeah. I don't want to stare at that while I'm trying to draw. I love how I have given a direct outlet for all of my friends to give me sass, unending, their entertainment. I love streaming. Actually, I do. It's a lot of fun. And, like, it is really nice, even if we're not being, like, keep reading your messages out. Okay, Scrunt, you got it. That's crazy. Someone else showed me the Splat book that cover is from. Groceries achieved. Congrats on the groceries house. We're reading Scrunt's DMs. Venom with hoop earrings. Lamau. God, have I not shown you that book, Scrunt? I'm pretty sure I have that. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure I have the 3rd edition 40k book. I have nothing to hide. I'm sure I could find something. I was looking. Oh yeah, we do have that fucking clip of OG ABBA. But yeah, I think I do have the 3rd edition book still. And I have to check. But yeah, I love that. I love that goofy old 40k aesthetic. So many of the Space Marines now look just tactical and dumb. I don't get it. Like, why are there different grades of, like, Space Marine armor? Just like, why do you have, like, dudes in stealth armor? And, like, I miss scary Space Marines. Yeah, why is it like dudes with fucking really, like, World of Warcraft looking shit on them? Well, I wouldn't say World of Warcraft, but, like, shit that actually looks like, it's supposed to be semi-practical. A Space Marine is not practical. I would say the, like, Blade Guard veterans or whatever, those dudes look pretty cool. And do just kind of look like goofy space knights. And so I like that. But, like, I think every other, like, Primaris Marine I've seen is just like, what the fuck? Look how they massacred my boy. They don't even have beaks anymore. Space Marines without beaks are like, those, like, really fucked up pugs. They can't breathe right. I don't think Rogue Trader did a good job so far of. It reminded me of YouTube. Oh no! I'll get to that in a second. But I think Rogue Trader did a nice balance of, um, like some of the goofiness of like 40K while like maximizing the horror of it. And like, there's a lot of artwork in Rogue Trader that looks like very third edition coded. Where like old 40K, I feel like they don't do this as much anymore, but old 40K kind of focused a lot on like body horror and like a lot of intricate details in their artwork. And like just had a specific vibe to it that's like, I think, kind of hard to describe. It was like very grungy and like very detailed. And yeah, also I am so sorry that you had to be recommended a Shadiversity video, Goldfish. But yeah, actually let's grab this because this is what, copy image. Not enough candles and purity seals now. That too. But like, this is the art that Scrunt was referencing. Because somebody put this, somebody essentially painted this on like a miniature banner. Like, this was the cover for the 3rd edition rulebook. And like, it's really rough and like has a really interesting texture, I think, to a lot of it. And there's just so much there's so much going on, and a lot of 3rd edition art is like this. And um but in like black and white usually, only like the like book covers and like some of the other art was very like was colored. But it's just like, yeah, they just put so much into like the really old style art, and the newer art looks good, but it's like very clean in like comparison. They're going for like a different vibe now. I think it's still a pretty good vibe, but I think it's kind of hard to beat like that really like kind of grungy and like dirty and just like a big texture to like everything. Now it's kind of like they lean more towards like Renaissance kind of like paintings almost, which I think is in setting, like fits the setting well, and the artwork is still really good and still communicates like I think the general vibe of the setting. But it's yeah, it's just different. And like, that's one thing that kind of you know, comes up in like gamer discourse at times, that it's kind of tough to disagree with at times, because like, for instance, there's a comparison post I saw a while back between like what Warcraft was like in the 90s and early 2000s compared to now. And like, the original Warcraft aesthetic is essentially gone, as like, you know, like Warcraft and StarCraft has gone to like these really kind of poppy and like bright colors, and like very poppy and kind of like, I don't know, artificial looking. I don't think that's a good way of describing it, but like and then like compared to the old Warcraft and like Starcraft style art, which was incredibly unique, especially like Chris Metzen's art. That was like a key part of, I think, really establishing Starcraft's identity. And like a lot of that's just kind of gone now. And it's a little sad. I mean, like say what you will about a franchise lasting like a bajillion years, but it's definitely like has a much more like safe and shout out to Shadiversity for getting getting them all the way for own swords. God, I never liked Shadiversity. I thought a lot of times he was never like presenting sources for like a lot of the things he talked about, and a lot of things just seemed to be like his opinion on the matter. And it was like every other week, like someone else always had to be like, "This is why Shadiversity is wrong." And like I think the last video I remember seeing about Shadiversity was him trying to make a case for like back quivers, and it's like the weirdest thing to like make a thing about. It's just like, oh no, it makes totally logical sense because like, while somebody may, we don't know for certain, and like how a lot of these things were, back in the day, because we can only go by historical accounts, artwork, and artifacts, and like a quivers aren't really something you're gonna see too many survive of, regardless. Like anything that's just like a degradable material is going to be much more difficult to preserve. But it's just like in the way. But what we can see is pre-roll ads are on. Oh my god! I might have to manually run ads. Well, we'll run ads in a second. Um, but like, we do have like where you first started to see like back quivers and not like quivers on belts, which was when we got into sport archery. Back quiver seems like it's only decent for traveling and out of the way. Hip one's better for firing and gets in the way of it. Yeah. And it's just like, no, they fall out way easier if you like um back shots make him fat quiver. But we also have like the historical context for back quivers like coming into prevalence when archery was a sport and you were like standing still, and in like the 1800s, I believe. And so it's like the weirdest hill to die on and like make a video about. And it's just like, we have like a lot of we have like art. I'm sure we have like some artifacts, not many, but then it's just like we also have like the visual trend of when it changed, because I think when, photography was coming into style was also when photography was, so we do have like pictures of this as well. But Shadiversity just like doesn't use sources. He just uses his opinions, which are usually wrong. But yeah, we need to run ads, so we're gonna go ahead and run ads really quick, and BRB. I return. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Here we are. Honestly, in hindsight of everything, the old end him rightly moment really makes sense. Humorless, thin-skinned guy who doesn't like being wrong. Oh my god, what happened with that? Did he make a video being upset about the end him rightly thing? Amazing. Cause I wanna change music again. Yeah. Cause yeah, I remember when cause I think that whole thing came from Skalagram. And that's where like the entire meme started. And I remember he made a video that was like examining it again and like, yeah. I remember he like made a follow-up video, I think years later maybe. That was like re-examining like the translation and context. And like for one, the like additional information that he pointed out was that it's like it's not. He made a video about it, and then everybody instantly identified it was a joke. But then it's like for one. Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Skullgrim that made it, because I just remember there being a like remix video of it. Them just being like, well, what are you doing? But then kind of like going back to it, that it was just like, you know, the rightly part was probably a like kind of mistranslation. And like the other core thing about that is how your like pommel screws also would have been like, there wouldn't have been as many in like actual like medieval sword. Like you'd only have like one or two kind of like screws in it. So like you could probably like twist it off and then like fling it at somebody and then like go in for your hit. Like that is like something that makes sense to do. Especially as like a lot of these fencing treatises, especially like the dueling ones, also had ways to cheat and how to deal with if somebody is trying to cheat. Which is, I think, one of the funniest things about like some of these fencing treatises is it's just like, ah, yes, here's what you do when somebody's trying to like break the rules. And so there's like full of like little tricks like that. Anyways, you know, old Skelegrim found it in a dueling manual, yeah. Old Skelegrim. Yeah, I was, you know, I usually like Skelegrim because he actually does pull from sources, like said dueling manual, and is okay with being wrong. At least last time I checked. I haven't watched him in a long while. To try and get a win because of First Blood rules, just throw some shit at them, yeah. Like, dueling rules are so silly. Oh, it's Shad that made a video to explain why it's a dumb idea, and everybody... Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Shad is really dumb. Remember having to see his accursed face because he was just like, shovels are a bad weapon. You don't want to use a shovel. And you know, there are like so many first-hand accounts as to why a shovel is a very good weapon, why a sharpened shovel is a very good weapon for trench warfare. But, you know, I think he was just mad because of, like, Deathcore of Krieg memes. Oh, like, if you don't have a, like, fighting knife, then like, a club or, like, a shovel or similar objects are actually what you want for when you're fighting in, like, an actual trench. Because you don't have any maneuverability. Which, the new All Quiet on the Western Front movie, while I wasn't, like, a huge fan of it, it did actually show why you don't use bayonets in a trench. Because, like, some French dude tries to bayonet Paul, and Paul just sidesteps him and just stabs him. Because that's all you have to do to, like, deal with it, because and like, you can't maneuver, like, your rifle and bayonet, and especially because back in these days, bayonets were absurdly long, because they were still made with the idea that you would be in open ground and doing fencing with, like, your bayonet, right? Like, everybody is kind of thinking that you'd be, or at least the people in command were thinking that it's just like, okay, you are going to have your very long bayonet on your very long rifle, and you're gonna poke somebody with it in a fair man-to-man fight, essentially. So I've been Scala Gladiatoria. Yeah, Matt Easton's pretty decent. He's another person who uses sources like a normal person. He's, like, really good for, like, specifically, like, a lot of saber and, like, rapier knowledge, I believe. And, like, a lot of, I think, his core knowledge, I haven't watched him in a while, but a lot of his, like, core knowledge centers around, like, I believe 1600s to, like, 1800s kind of era weaponry. Shaz's the kind of person to order a bayonet charge with no artillery support. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Across a mile of open ground. It reminded me of one of his videos of a specific World War I saber. I know, like, I don't know as much about World War I sabers, but I know, like, Britain had, like, a really nice cavalry, like, thrusting sword, which is, like, incredibly ironic, because it was, like, when you weren't really using cavalry in that role anymore, where Commander had made it pretend to be in regulation. That's funny. That's actually really funny. Just like, yes, it's totally in regulation. No, you can't look at it too closely. He talked about how they really thought it was going to be fought entirely different. Yeah. Yep. There was an account I had heard oh my god, I can't. Right. Yeah, exactly. So it's like a rapier from 1890, but with a cavalry saber hilt. Yeah, that's like, I think, um, one of the ones I'm thinking of. But there was an account I remember hearing, and it has this spot for the hidden finger hidden behind the hilt. Nice. But there was an account I remember hearing. I can't remember exactly what I was listening to where I'd heard this account, but it was about a UK cavalry officer, and he's talking about his experiences before the war, and he would been given like put in charge of the like company's machine guns, and they're doing like some kind of like exercise pre-war. And he's just like, oh, look, there's a hill. I'm going to go and deploy my machine guns up on the hill. And then so he deploys like, his machine guns on top of a hill where like everybody else is just doing these really obvious maneuvers. And just like blasts into everybody who's like in the open field. They're obviously using blanks or whatever, right? And it was pole arms, which is sort of like patches, yeah. That is true. And so he goes to like report to his commander, and he's just like, hello, I'm here to tell you that you are all dead. We have machine gunned all of you down. And his commander like threw a tantrum and was just like, this is the worst example of cavalry spirit I've ever seen. You could take your machine guns and walk back to the barracks on foot. It's just like, yeah, it's so insane of just how like delusional a lot of military leadership was in the lead up to World War One. It's just like, we don't need helmets. The war will be over by the time they get there. Or, we don't need camouflage. We'll just wear the bright red pants. The red pantaloons stay on. Which was the, French's, like, diehard thing. And if you listen to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, he talks a little bit about how he had talked to people who had wished they could like go back and see like Napoleon's cavalry, right? Or something like that. And it's just like, you just look at cuirasses and you just look at like the heavy French cavalry in World War One, and they still have like the big plumed helmets and the bright, metal cuirasses. And like the officers are wearing white gloves and everybody's marching. Yeah, the red pantaloons stay on during the route. Yeah. When people are marching like shoulder to shoulder, like they're, in a fighting like it's 100 years earlier. And it's just like, holy shit. I think the Ain, the like first battle of the Ain, is where you can really see like a lot of French dudes just marching shoulder to shoulder into German machine gun fire, and it's just like, my god. Utter insanity. Especially because, like, you know, there was like already so many examples of like how war was going to be, because a lot of Americans will reference like the American Civil War, but when the American Civil War happened, European advisors kind of looked at how Americans fought and like just laughed and wrote it off as like just Americans doing dumb American things. And there's like kind of that good European stock or whatever could never fight like this. And then you had like, you know, Britain fighting and like all of the colonies that are going to have like a much different reality. And it's like the British Expeditionary Force was like the most experienced like fighting force on the European continent at the time, because they had fought like everywhere, because, you know, thanks Britain. Just yeah, thank you. But then like you had the Russo-Japanese War, which, you know, once again showed how horrific modern warfare could be, and like is just ignored. You're welcome, babe. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for colonizing everywhere, and thank you, Sykes-Picot. We're still dealing with problems that are set up by how World War One ended to this day. Not alright. Anyways, that's my Amy niche knowledge thing. You know, like there's sometimes I still see people have the mentality like, all you have to do is, you know, bop the Kaiser on the head and that prevents World War One. And it's like, no, you kind of have to make imperialism not happen. Like, World War One is just what happens when you have a bunch of empires doing the same thing. It's number one on the Independence Day leaderboard. Let's go. Say the U.S. speed run. U.S. independent speed run. Let's go. What are you suggesting? We should have let Germany get away without punishment for the war they didn't start? Shh. No. It's fine. And like, if you actually look at accounts post-war, the UK was really pushing for like better treatment of Germany, or like the UK a little bit and the US a lot, because the US is looking at everybody who's having to pay off their bank loans from them, and like also to have like any economy in Central Europe, like Germany has to be there. They have to be able to contribute. And meanwhile, the like French party that was kind of in charge at the time was like literally called the Revenge Party, I believe. And essentially, like, their whole thing was resetting the like I returned for a history lesson. Yeah, it's we got here from Chativersity mention. But it was like a political party that was specifically about like fixating on the French defeat in the Franco-Prussian War and getting revenge at Germany from it. And like undoing like the great mistake from that or whatever is not the exact quote, but close enough. So like those people are the ones in charge of like the French negotiations, and which is why they were so incredibly harsh. And what a lot of one of the things that people don't really know is that the Allies actually kept up the German blockade after the war was over. Like the German blockade was still going until like I believe 1920 was when it was officially lifted. It was either like 1919 or 1920. So like the war is gone. And it's like, literally all of the German nobility is gone. There's a whole new government and everything, and they're still having to be put under a blockade, which was causing like mass starvation to the point where like a lot of the occupying Allied soldiers were just like, please, can we give these people food? So I don't have to. I am tired of seeing starving children beg me for food. Can we please do literally anything? And like that whole treatment just kind of ended up building more resentment as well to the German people. And yeah. And from what I understand, how the French were also seeing like the end of World War I and the Treaty of Versailles is they were seeing it as just an extended armistice. They were just expecting to go to war with Germany again later down the road, which they did. I remember doing math about the various states' articles of secession, being like, how many words for not slave or slave for just? Oh no. U.S. not be about slavery, challenge impossible. It's really depressing when you look back and see just how many concessions they made to keep slavery going, to prevent war, or like get support. And like during the revolution, like I kind of get it a little bit because it's just like you're trying to get as much support as possible. But like, maybe owning people is bad. Crazy thought. The average is under 100 for every document but one, which kept it short. Oh no, who's in the building at the time? Oh no. That's so awful. I wish I was sure right now. Yeah. Okay, we'll just go for like about 10 more minutes maybe. Or like 15 more minutes. And I think we'll call the stream here. I'm still feeling okay. But I don't want to push it. Essentially. Now I'll probably just take a break and then work on commission stuff off stream. My favorite line is the Civil War was about slavery, and you aren't gonna like to say about the Revolutionary War either. Yeah. Yeah. The I don't know if you've seen Checkmate Lincolnites at all, Hollis, but it's very good on addressing like a lot of common talking points for the the Civil War wasn't about slavery. because a lot of it is just lies, and essentially they, like, a lot of Southern support started like building that myth making and propaganda basically as soon as the war was over. Because when you build your whole like dogma around the idea that your way of life cannot exist without slavery, and then like you could still be a rich white person and be okay without owning people, and like the South didn't just completely collapse into anarchy. You know, you have to start looking for reasons as to why you fight, because surely you wouldn't be so horrible of a person to fight to own another person. Surely. In U.S. history, they talked about salutatory neglect. I don't. Oh, unofficial British policy refer or loosely or not enforced in America calls it raids. I wear my sunglasses so I can't see what those colonists in America are up to. For now, anyways. Oh. Amazing. Yeah, God. Fuck George III, by the way. Like, favorable bendings of regulations, yeah. Because it's like, you know, you kind of like read about George III and you're like, maybe he wasn't that bad. And then it's just like, oh, wait, no, he was just like the slavery person to ever slaved. But they were not. Yeah. And it's just like George the Fourth, for like all of his issues, was just like at least an abolitionist. Or at least, well, maybe not exactly an abolitionist, was more into. I am mentally okay. Oh no, it's time, chat. Talking like you can hear me, but I know you can't. We'll have to make it simple for Susan as well. In my defense, I didn't know it was or how long it would be. No, you wouldn't, but it's amazing. Hey, Ronka. Banger alert. Oh yeah, I haven't fixed the source of that. I forgot to fix the ending. Look, it's fine. It's fine. We strive here for only perfection and professionalism here on amaryllisthorn.twitch.tv. It was pretty unexpected. Yeah, we're gonna have to adjust the volume on it later. I kind of it's unexpected but good. Yeah, it's very good. And why it goes on for so long is why it's 5K. I see. Yeah, why it is. I see now why it was 5K. Yeah. I also forgot to put a cooldown on it. I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah. I'm just gonna do it after stream at some point, probably tomorrow. Just one time. Okay, I'm really liking how these lines are looking now. Yeah, I could barely hear it. Really? Okay, wait, could you barely hear it? Because everybody else says it was, like, blows out all the other audio. Why is my current points at 4.9? Oh no. Don't do it, Flyer. Don't do it. It was overbearing. It was louder than your voice. Yeah, that's what everybody else has said. It's just deaf. No. No. So no, I was joking. No. Chat, what? Who's talking? Just going to keep going. I know you did. Because you knocked out my tone trussel. This is fine. This is fine. This is me right now. We have it. The best stream of the year. I'm gonna fix this. Can't believe it. I know you can't hear me, but I can't believe it. I hope you like bone truffle chat. Okay, there we go. We're free. You can hear me again. Well then. Oh no, Flyer. Oh no. Chat, brace for impact. Brace for impact, chat. No, no, not again. Next time. Uh-huh. I don't believe you. This just sounds like a ploy to get our guard down. Okay, chat, we're free. We're back. It's so long. It is. It's meant to be. I think it's only like a minute or two, but you know, compared to everything else. We only strive for professionalism and perfection here at twitch.tv/emeraldthorn.com. I am a professional artist. And, yeah. I got nothing. I can't lie to you, chat. I can't believe you just handed us a flashbang to throw at the stream whenever. Well, okay, so here's what happened, Flyer. Is, you know, we had our it's normal length. This is Daytona haunts me. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was going for. Daytona. Daytona. I am sorry. I am someone who hits the Daytona redeem. Anyways. So, like, I was just like, oh yeah, this will be fun. We could just, like, pop this on there, and I did it. You know, we're doing it live. I added it, like, at the start of stream. And, like, all of my other video clips have been normal, so surely this one would be normal as well, right? And no, the answer is it's extremely loud. And then not only is it extremely loud, but I forgot to put a timer on it. So yeah. That's how you've got here. It's been a stream. I think I'm extremely normal Twitch things, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with this arm. I kind of just want to erase it. Or at least, like, the bottom half. I don't know. I kind of just want to... kind of just want to start over, maybe. I don't know. I could do it, like, how it's actually in-game, and...
Delicious egg.
Oh, I too love a delicious egg after so many cursed redeems. Because it is just, like, you know, a regular, like, arm. But, you know, that's because it's low poly and everything. So it's like, I kind of want to do, like, something more robotic for the arms, but... I don't know. We love a delicious egg to cleanse the palate. Music, you, oh, there you go. Oh, we just get a different version of the Foggy Dew.
I love books.
Oh, I love books too. Wait, where did I... Okay, I have a... Here we go. It's like, I know I have ARM references. Where did they go? I found them. I'm like trying to organize my PureRef file a bit more because I use it for like, I'm essentially just having like one big board that I'm using for multiple things, which probably isn't ideal, but I'm preferring this over having like a bunch of different files that are taking up more space. For the long range guns. Living in fear of the day and pirates who don't do anything redeemed. Why would you say that? Now I have to. You've left me no choice. Flyer. Now I have to do that. Do you not understand? I can make it expensive, though. Or was that my goal all along? Oh, maybe. Oh no, have I been played? Oh no, have I fallen into a trap? But also that does sound very funny to do. Not gonna lie. I think if I was gonna do that, we'd just be the like first line of the chorus or whatever. It would have to be the heavy metal version. We can make the stream more chaotic one day at a time. I'm just going to blame this all on the fact that I watched a lot of Ansta. You did the OG version, I think, into it. Holy shit. Just gone. It's just deleted. Amazing. Yeah, I don't know why. I do like... I really like this sketch a lot better than the other one I did for Spats. I don't know why. And Flyer was never heard from again, and then Flyer flew off into the sunset. I think... Why am I having such poo brain about trying to draw an arm? Like, I know how to draw arms. Heck yeah. I too love Spats' little outfit. Her dumb little, like, trench coat. Cause, like, the whole idea I wanted to do is Spats, cause there's, like, a lot of, a lot of people have like their like very specialized kind of like um replica OCs, but I was like, what I was kind of just like, what if I just made like a, more of a another combat model? Because like I think, or like a combat model specifically for like assaulting hard points and like trench warfare and that kind of thing. And it's just like I think that's one of kind of like the funny things with like replica OCs, because you do have some people who have like, this is my very specialized replica that's really cool and does like all this stuff, and then you have people like me who are like, yeah, I basically made a Helldiver. That's how valuable SPATs units are. You send them at the bunker and they go blow it up. They're probably not coming back. Man, it's just a little tucked up Ara. Aww. We love a little Ara. Fucked up. Yeah, that's what I'm figuring. Little fucked up Ara. I do love people who just have like, this is my star, or like, this is my Calibri. It's great. It's just really cool to see that there's a wide variety. But yeah, Spats units are just like little disposable assault girlies. Send them at the enemy's hardest points and maybe they'll succeed. Probably not coming back though either way. Grenade with legs, basically. Cause like that was thinking with their like loadout, which would essentially inventory would just be like their assault rifle, 3 magazines, and like maybe a healing thing, and then just satchel charges, and the rest just explosives. Yes. But yeah, I'm hoping to get more. But speaking of, gay robots and everything, I'm hoping to get more coding done on Mech Game this week. I think I might be able to prototype something by this weekend. Because I need to do some reading up on dice rolls and stuff. But once we have like dice rolls done, because that's going to be like one of the game's core mechanics. Since this is very like inspired by Citizen Sleeper, right? And we're using like a lot of just dice rolls to do things like repair mechs. And so once we figure like that part out, then like that's going to be like the hardest part probably about like mechanics wise. Is once we get like the setting up like mech damages and then dice rolls are easy, generate a random number, yeah. Do you have a goal for Mech Dame's completion date, or is it ready when it's ready when it's ready? I'm hoping to have, like, I don't want to say too much because, like, we're still in really early development. Like, I have an idea of, like, the goals I have in mind, but I don't want to, like, say them in case we don't hit them. And once we, like, always under promise and over deliver. No, it's the other way around, right? That's fair. It'll go faster, I think, once I, like, actually start getting stuff done, but it is just like me. And that's kind of it right now. And, like, anybody I rope into it, essentially. So, like, the... But, like, how the core loop is gonna kind of focus is, like, you'll have, like, your day, your work day. So you'll have, like, a time slot. We won't draw that at an angle. Actually, give me my other pen for this, since I can actually write with this. So you have, like, a time slot, and, like, this will be promise nothing and deliver, and anything delivered is a gift. Yeah, so this will be, like, mech repair, mech R. So this is, like, one section of the day. So, like, mech repair is, like, one part of the game, or one part of the day, and then you have, like, a midsection that is just, like, extra duty stuff. Extra D. So, like, that'll be, anything that you have to do that is not, like, mech repair. So, like, if there are extra events, or, because, like, there'll sometimes be random events that happen on your ship as you are hurtling through space. Or, like, other things you need to take care of. Like, in this could be pretty much anything. We could make the extra duty, like, whatever we want to have you do on the ship. And that's just going to be, like, more character interactions and more things going on. And then, like, the last section is going to be, like, free slot. So, like, yes, it is, it's a song about Ukraine. Zalza Ukraine, Ukraine, I believe, which is a, like, Ukrainian folk song, but is written in Poland, I believe, is, like, the history of that. So it's, like, some guy in Poland is writing, like, a song about Ukraine. But yeah, it's because the dreadnoughts are, I believe the dreadnoughts are from the UK, I believe. Or no, they're Canadian. That's right. They're Canadian, so I think they just have, like, they just did, like, part English and then part Ukrainian, which I think is nice that they can actually pronounce Ukraine like how it's supposed to be pronounced. But yeah, and then so going back, we'll have, like, kind of a free slot because, like, a lot of, like, this game is, the mechs are mostly a backdrop, right? It's mostly going to be about, like, character interactions and dealing with, like, the overarching plot that's going on kind of in the background. And so, like, you can use, like, the free slot to either, like, talk with more people or, like, go back and, like, finish repair things if, like, something went wrong, etc. That's kind of, like, the way I'm planning it right now, and I think that's the best way. The main, like, concern is, so for anything that's going to be done that's, like, major, you're going to draft dice for it. So, like, you'll have like your little mech here, and boop boop. Well, hello from Ukraine. Oh, hi. I was I saw my analytics that it's just like, oh hey, there there are people watching me in Ukraine. That's nice. Um, nice to have you here. But yeah. So you'll have like your mech, and which this is a terrible mech drawing. I literally, you know what? I hang on. We have display capture. We have the tools. I mean, I'm not going to have to decide. No. So I'm currently thinking of two different kind of ways about doing this, and I want to have two different views. So I'm thinking of having like a more technical and a blueprint view, and I'm thinking of having more of like the actual mech look. Okay, so let's see. Is oh my god, because I was turning. Oh fuck. Wait. Ah, okay. Here's the PNG I am looking for. And it, of course, spawned over here. So, like, this is our current kind of initial menu. We're going to make some changes and everything, but essentially you'll have, like, your systems, and you'll have... And, like, those systems will be damaged, and essentially this will just open into, like... So you have the player, like, click on one of these tabs, and that'll take him over to the next menu, which is I think we can just arrow over. Yeah, so this will be the actual like repair menu. So like the idea is that when you have something you need to fix, you go into that menu to fix, and then you essentially take the action dice that you have and you slot those into the tasks that'll be that need to be accomplished. And the blue is fine. Orange is like something that needs to be fixed, but it's not mandatory. And then red is going to be this is like a mandatory fix and needs to be fixed to be cleared. So like putting ammo in the guns is for instance, something that you need to do, but isn't going to be like difficult. And then they'll have like different difficulties depending on like the kind of repair that needs to be done. So like if you have to repair like a mech arm that's been blown off, that's going to be a lot easier than just like putting ammo in a in a tube or whatever. So that's kind of like the general kind of gameplay layout. And and then going through those, I don't know how much text and I want to have for like the actual repair events themselves, but essentially you will be doing like the entire repair things with other characters, so you'll be so like you're supposed to be like learning more and interacting with like the rest of like the ship crew and other mech pilots as you're like doing this kind of stuff, which here you go. You can see our current like conversation UI and loadout here. This is kind of like a kind of general look. Also, this is don't judge the background too harshly because that's not finished yet. We'll finish that eventually. Also, I'm trying to talk seriously about my mech game with all this extra shit on my fucking screen. I'm a professional, I promise. And then the characters for when they're speaking are going to be we're going to just do like mouth animations, kind of like if you've played the horse really sells it, thank you. But if you've seen or played Valhalla Bartending Simulator, that's kind of a similar vibe that I'm going to do. That kind of animation's super easy, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, so this is kind of like the general vibe. So we have like a lot of assets done or like made. Like the biggest thing is the writing. The writing's just going to be a lot because we're going to be writing like a lot of different like character actions just per day, and it's just going to be a so much writing. And like that's kind of like the big struggle right now because I think on the coding side, it's always more difficult than you expect, but I think it's not going to be as difficult as some other things I've tried to work on. Because it's not like I have to animate anything other than like mouth movements and the occasional like pose change, and that's gonna be about it. It's like I really understand why Valhalla just did like generic kind of standing pose for most of their characters, but I don't like that as much, and I'd rather put in the extra work to add some characterization. Ads. Snooze the ads. We have well, we've gone on for a little longer than I intended, but we're just talking about stuff, so eh. Okay, I think we're just gonna go for like 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes, chat. And then I think we'll call it there. Which I know I've said that I think like 2 or 3 times now, but this time it's for real. Mostly because I want to get some food. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Listen. It's well, I was gonna poop, but now I have to hold it. Oh my god, you could just poop gold. You don't have to hold that. You said that exactly an hour ago. Listen, okay, this time I mean it. I mean it for real this time. I can be trusted. The first thing you said was like 2 minutes after I joined, so I'm here for. Oh no! No, not kissing hands. No. Listen. I really like how this is coming out. Listen, and we're not working super hard. We're not having a super intensive work day. We're just futzing about with some line art. Right? I think if we would have like transferred over to also working on commission work, I think I would probably be having a worse time. But I think just sticking with just this for now, because this is just this is my own art. This is just sketch for me. I mean, it's not really a sketch, but it's just art and practice for me. And I don't have to be intense about it if I don't want to. And like, yeah. Yuck. Over a bit longer and I will request a sketch. Oh no. If you got 7 minutes. If you get it then. Cause I'm staring at the timer now. Cause I know if I go longer than what I said, I will never hear the end of it. Uh-oh. Who's adding me now? There are so many notifications on my Discord. Oh. That's unfortunate. It's not a funny meme, unfortunately, chat. Womp womp. You've gone long enough that I'm back above 5K. You don't want me to die, would you? Just go poop. You can go poop. They also like, I don't know, Twitch made it so you get points so fast now. Cause like I realized recently that it's like they also have like bonus rates or whatever, so you're earning them at like, you know, like 1.5x speeds or something. I don't know what's up with that, but and then if you just have the BTTV auto redeem on, you can get a lot of points really fast. Ad break? No, I refuse. 300 per hour, I think, without a sub. Another streamer I follow has a redeem at 150k. Oh my god. Your chat burned through so many points today. I think we've had like 4 or 5 of the I am mentally okay redeem. Oh, you know what? Oh my god, chat. I have a great idea. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna put a community redeem. That's just Amy take a break. Those bit alerts coming. They working on it. I soon TM. I was put on a hole and I haven't been allowed to draw for a day and a half. So yeah. I was actually wanting to work on those more. But yeah, needless to say, I was told I couldn't draw. I was not allowed to draw. Oh no, I didn't know. Oh yeah. So after my stream on Monday, I thought you were aware of this. My bad. So after my stream on Monday, which I ended like super early because I was like, oh no, hand hurty, and hand did not stop hurting until like today. And it wasn't bad. It wasn't like a severe injury or anything, but it was, and especially it is not nearly that bad to like a lot of pain that I can normally tolerate, but it's just like I'm going to be safe so I'm not Julia Drawfee and actually injure myself and not be able to draw. So I've been taking it easy for the past like day and 3/4. You know, like the only thing I've played is like Rogue Trader because all I have to do is read in that. Oh, thanks. I'm glad I'm doing better today as well. I had a raid in earlier where everybody came in and yelled at me and said to rest. It's only 56 seconds. Also, it's only 56 seconds. Amazing. We could make it longer. We could actually make it longer, Kip. It is just a loop. We could loop it to be longer. All right, chat. Cool. I don't know why I like this sketch better than the other one, but yeah, I like how it's turned out. I don't know if I like this brush better than the AR4 one. That one's really nice, but think it's also something I want really specific. I might just use that one for hair. Like really thin lines because it's really good for that. For those who don't know, it's the R4 G pen and can't. Oop, and it delivers like these really fine lines. And it's from one of my Twitter mutuals. I think I have her. I don't know. I have her brush link somewhere. I'll have to post that in like the panels. Did I post it in the panels? I might have. Because those were free brushes and I highly recommend. Anyways, we only have 30 seconds left. So we're ending stream. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Thank you everybody for came in with the raid from Dupus and Cat. If you stayed around, thank you so much. Yeah, next stream Friday morning, unless something happens, and we'll just be doing more art then. I don't know if I'll be able to get a lot done in between. Snooze. And yeah, I think I'm just going to end it. I don't know if I want to raid out. I am kind of tired. So I think we'll just end it here. But I hope you all have a good night. And yeah.